Faster everyone, videos on, face visible. Let's begin with our final discussion. Faster. All right, everyone, let us begin. Good evening, guys. Let's begin with our next graph problem. And there's a very interesting problem. Yeah, I think that looks good. Let's begin with our next graph problem, everyone. You're given a dependency graph. For a list of tasks to be completed. You're given a dependency graph for a list of tasks to be completed. So in this example that I have given you, there are 15 tasks to be completed. And the meaning of this dependency graph is basically when you have A pointing to B, it means that task A is dependent on task B. It means that task A is dependent on task B. So only when all dependent tasks are completed, we can complete the current task. We can complete that task. Means if you look at, for example, 5 here. 5 is dependent on tasks 7, 11, 6, and 15. Only when all the dependent tasks 7, 11, 6, and 15 are completed, only then you can complete task number 5. And only when task number 5 is completed, only then you can complete task number 14. So only when all the dependent tasks are completed, you can complete that particular task. You are asked to print the order in which we can complete all the tasks. Print any valid order in which we can complete all tasks. For this example, can you tell me what is the order? What is the order in which the task can be completed for this example? Yeah, it doesn't matter where you start. You can print any valid order. Print any valid order in which we can complete the task. My internet seems to be very slow today for some reason. Okay, we got few responses. 10, 2, 6. You can't do 8, right? 8 is dependent on 12. Then we have 11, 6, 15. I mean, you can't even do 10. I think you understood it in reverse. Prerna. 10 is dependent on 2 and 6. So first you should do 2, 6, then you can do 10. 11, 6, 15, 7, 5, 9, 3, 8. 9, 3, 8. That is not correct, right? 9. You can do 9, 3, 1, 12, 8, 4, 13. Then 2, 10. 11, 6, 15, 7, 5, 14, 2, 10, 9, 3, not 3, 9. First 9, then 3. Yeah. 1, 12, 4, 13, 8. Yeah, that is valid. 7, 9, 3. 1, 12. Okay, 8, 4, 13. Okay, 11, 15, 6, 2, 10, 5, 14. Yeah, that works. And so on. So there are many possible right answers. You can print any valid answer. Is the question clear now, everyone? 7, 9, 3, 1, 12, 8, 4, 13, 11, 15, 6, 14, 5, 2, 10. Yeah, that is also valid. So is the question clear, everyone? Yes, no. Just louder than dependency graph denote flow of information from one task to another. So 10, 2 after 10, 2. I mean, depends. This in this question, you're given it in this manner. Okay, so take a minute, write down the question properly, completely understand what all you can do here. Don't share your solutions until I ask you to share. All right, ideas, solutions. You can share whatever you have. Observations, ideas, solutions. Okay. I think you mean depth first traversal. First visit the neighbors, then print the node. Yeah, you can do that, but that will not be sufficient because it is not what do you say, kind of strongly connected graph. It is a weakly connected graph. So, for example, if you see here, let's say you start from 10, maybe 10, you'll go to 2, then you'll go to 6, then you'll complete 10 and done. So you should not stop there. You should continue doing for other nodes as well in a similar fashion. Yeah, you can do something like that using depth first traversal. Yes. Any task which has no dependent task can be picked first. That is right. So we can execute tasks that have no outgoing edges. So while traversing, we can print such nodes. Once printed, we can remove that edge and continue. Yeah, we can do something like that. 2 stacks. You don't really need a stack here. one for incoming, another for outgoing. Okay. There's a better way to do it instead of stacks. Using DFT print the node if it has no outgoing edges, or the outgoing node if it is already visited. Okay. So let's discuss the solutions here. So for the solutions, the first solution, you can definitely do something using depth first traversal. So depth first traversal, where you can pick nodes one by one, whichever is not visited already. And then whichever nodes it is dependent on, you can go to those nodes and you can complete those nodes and come back and complete them. For example, let's say I start from 1. Now what I'll do is I'll go to all the dependent nodes of 1. I'll go to 3, then 3, I'll go to 9. Once I complete all the neighbors of, 3, then I'll come back to 3 and say that, okay, now I'll complete 3. Since 9 doesn't have any neighbors, first we'll complete 9, then we'll complete 3. Then we'll come back and we'll go to other neighbors of 1, which are 7. Then we'll complete 7, and then we'll come back to 1 and say that, okay, now I'll complete 1. But that is only when you started with 1. Now it is a depth first traversal, right? You should still continue. Now you should check if you can start with 2. Now you will complete whatever is starting with 2. Now you'll check with 3. 3 is already completed, so nothing to do. Then you'll check with 4. Then you'll check with 5, and so on. So using a depth first traversal, you can do you can achieve a solution where you complete all the dependent tasks first, and then you complete the current task. So that you can definitely do. We can make a list of size 15 and fill the dependencies. And if node doesn't have any dependencies, we print. That's right. That is going to be our next solution here. So what we are going to do here is, for the next solution, we are simply going to maintain 9, 10, 11, 12, and so on till 15. We are simply going to maintain an array which contains the number of outgoing edges for each node. The number of outgoing edges of each node is nothing but the out degree of that node. So out degree of 10 is 2. Out degree of 3 is 1. Out degree of 5 is 4. Out degree is basically the number of outgoing edges from that node. So the idea here is, once you identify all the nodes which have an out degree of 0 and 9 and 11, and that's it. Yeah, 1, 11, 7, 6, and 15. Sorry, 9, 11, 7, 6, and 15. These are all the nodes which have an out degree of 0 initially. Then all you have to do is you can complete these tasks first. You can complete one of these tasks first. Let's say I have 7, 9, 11, 6, 15. I can complete any of these tasks first. Let's say I finished 7. 2 as well. That's right. 2 as well. Let's say I finished 7 first. Once I finish 7, now all I have to do is say that, okay, now 7 is completed. So whoever is dependent on 7, their out degree should be reduced by 1. Who all are dependent on 7 here? 13, 1, and 5. 13, 1, and 5 are dependent on 7. So we need to go to 13, 1, and 5 and say that, hey, 7 is done. You decrease your out degree by 1. Now 13's out degree was originally 2. It will become 1. 5's out degree, which was 4, it will now become 3. Now 1's out degree was 2, which will become 1. But this is where our main roadblock comes. See, from 5, you can go to 7. From 1, you can go to 7. From 13, you can go to 7. But how do you go from 7 to 1 or 7 to 5 or 7 to 13? You don't have that information, right? The graph is pointing in the reverse direction of how you want to travel. So when you say 7 is done, now all the nodes which are dependent on 7 should know that 7 is done. So a simple fix for that is to yeah, basically we can just reverse the graph. Yeah, you can just reverse the graph directly. See, if you have a back edge, you should be able to again differentiate between what is original edge and what is the newly created edge. For that, you could create a completely different reverse graph as suggested by Prerna, or you can just reverse the existing links itself. So reversing the existing links is usually simpler if you are able to take the input on your own. Once you reverse the edges, so instead of doing this now, you can do this once you reverse the edges. So after you reverse the edges, it will look something like this. Here, 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 here. So it looks like this, something like this, once you reverse the edges. And obviously now it is not out degree that you count, right? It is now in degree that you have to keep track of. Exactly, in degree. In degree is the number of nodes which are incoming or pointing to that node. So instead of out degree of all the nodes, we will maintain an array of in degree of all the nodes. So you should maintain a collection of all the nodes which have in degree as 0. Any of these nodes which have an in degree 0 can be completed now. So all you have to do is, okay, I'll pick one node, let's say 7. Now 7 is completed. Now I should say whichever is dependent on 7 that, hey, 7 is done. You can reduce your in degree by 1. So 7 is pointing to 13. So 13's in degree will reduce by 1. 1's in degree will reduce by 1. And 5's in degree will reduce by 1. Then let's say we complete 9. So once you complete 9, the in degree of 3 will reduce by 1. Once in degree of 3 reduces by 1, in degree of 3 becomes 0 here, right? In degree of 3 becomes 0. And what should happen when in degree of 3 becomes 0? It should be exactly. It should be added to this list of all the nodes which are having in degree 0. And this is basically now going to be a queue here, right? You're removing nodes from one end, you're adding from the other. A queue will be a very convenient data structure for us here. So you can simply maintain a queue for all the nodes which have an in degree 0. And you remove them one by one from the queue. Let's say now I remove 11. Now all I have to do is visit all the neighbors of 11 and reduce their in degree by 1. 5's in degree will reduce by 1 more. Now 5's in degree is just 2. And where are you maintaining that in degree? In the in degree array. Reducing the in degree means I am visually showing you that that link is cut, but you will not exactly cut the link or do anything in the graph. You are simply reducing the in degree in the in degree array. And you just keep doing it until your queue becomes empty. And you have your answer. Which is nothing but Kahn's in degree algorithm. This is nothing but Kahn's in degree algorithm. No, there is no need of a visited array here because you're only updating the neighbors. You're not going beyond that. And only when in degree becomes 0, you're adding it to the queue. It is Kahn's in degree algorithm. And the output of this. So one of the outputs that we got was something like this, right? 7, 9, 11, 6, 15, 2, 3, 1, 12, 8, 4, 13, 10. And 14. I mean, 5 and then 14. Something. So whatever output that you're getting here, this output is known as. Any idea what is this output known as? That's right. It is known as a topological sort of the given graph. Yeah, in short is also known as topo sort. So Kahn's in degree algorithm will help you print the topological sort of a graph. Please write as many details as you can, as this algorithm has a very wide range of problems that you can solve with it. So we perform in degree when we encounter a node with no outgoing edges, right? Yep. Question is confusing here. So we are using in degree here because we want to inform the dependent nodes that the task is completed. We reverse the edges. So whatever is out degree is now the same in degree once you reverse the edges. And we had to reverse the edges because of the way that we wanted to our information to travel. Yeah, sure. So what we are doing here is first we accept input, and when we are reading the graph, we are reading the graph in reverse. We are reversing all the edges. So because in the definition of the question, when A points to B, A is dependent on B, you're reversing the edges. So when B points to A is dependent on B. So the definition and everything will be the same. The relationship will be the same. The direction in which they are pointing will be reversed. That's it. So now when you finish B, you can inform A that, hey, B is done. Now you can reduce your n degree by 1. So in the n degree array, whenever n degree becomes 0, we add all those nodes to the queue to be completed. And we pick nodes from the queue one by one. Anything which enters the queue has basically an n degree 0, right? So those nodes can be completed now. Those tasks can be completed. So whenever you pick a task from here to complete, now you should tell all its dependent tasks that, hey, 6 is completed now. You can reduce your n degree by 1. Because we reverse the edges, that became simpler for us. Last 30 seconds. Then we'll move on to the next question. As a follow-up question here, what can you say about the graph if the toposol that you're printing did not print all the nodes, but queue is empty? What can you say about the graph when the toposol did not print all the nodes, but the queue is empty? See, disconnected also, it's if I add like 16, 17 here, 16 will be added to the queue anyway, right? 16 has an n degree of 0. So even if it's disconnected, nodes from other components also enter your queue. It's not like you're missing out on them or anything like that. Did not print all the nodes, but queue is empty. So yeah, it means that there is a cycle in the graph. It means that there is a cycle in the graph. So this algorithm that we discussed, Kahn's integral algorithm, you can also use it for cycle detection in a directed graph. Cycle detection in directed graph means, for example, if I have a graph like this, 1 points to 2 points to 3 points to 4 points to 5, something like that, or something like this. So initially you will have 5 in the queue. Now you will complete 5, but nothing else gets added to the queue. In degree of 1 is 1, 1, 2, 1, but this will become 1 now. and nothing else gets added to the queue, and queue is empty, but you did not finish printing all the nodes. That means that there is a cycle. Make a brief note of this point, and then we'll move on to the next question. If queue is empty and we did not print all the nodes, it means that there's a cycle in the graph. This Kahn's integral algorithm is the cycle detection in directed graph. Also, if you are doing like cycle detection, if you reverse the edges, it will simply become this, right? So the cycle will still be there. Instead of clockwise cycle, it will become an anti-clockwise cycle. Now that's it. So if you only have to do cycle detection, you don't really have to do reversing the edges or anything like that. You can add it as another point. You don't have to reverse the edges because cycle in clockwise is same as cycle in anti-clockwise. And let's move on to the next question, everyone, which is the most interesting question in graphs and one of my favorite questions. You're given an undirected, weighted, connected graph. You're given an undirected, weighted, connected graph. You need to calculate the minimum possible weight. Calculate the minimum possible weight. Using which the graph can remain connected. And removing the other edges. So from this graph, you need to remove all unnecessary edges such that at the end, whatever graph is remaining, it will have minimum possible weight and the graph will remain connected. Such an end result is also known as, that's right, a minimum spanning tree. Minimum spanning tree. You need to convert the given graph to a minimum spanning tree and tell what is the weight of such a tree. In other words, what is the minimum possible weight using which the graph can remain connected and removing the other edges. For converting a graph to a minimum spanning tree, there are two popular algorithms. Can you tell me what are they? Perfect. That's right. We have Kruskals algorithm and we have Prim's algorithm. In our discussion today, we are going to focus on Kruskal's algorithm. In our discussion, we'll focus on Kruskal's algorithm. Okay. So let's jump into the discussion now. Let's jump into the discussion. So the idea behind Kruskal's algorithm is very simple. So Kruskal's algorithm will basically say that we will sort all edges based on weights, based on their weights. Pick edges one by one, as long as they don't form a cycle. As long as they don't form a cycle. That is the entire algorithm. Sort all edges based on weights, pick edges one by one, as long as they don't form a cycle. If I do a trial run of this algorithm, it will look something like this. I can pick 412, 414. First, I'm picking all the edges with weight 2, 5, 3, 2, 1, 9, 8, 10, 16. Sorry, that won't come. 10, 11. That's it, right? These are all the edges with weight 2. Then let's pick 14, 15. Yeah, we have 14, 15 as well. Then let's pick all the edges with weight 4. 19, 4, 18, 2, 2, 9, 1, 9. But 1, 9 will form a cycle. So we'll not take 1, 9. Then we have 11, 14, 10, 15 will form a cycle. We'll not take 10, 15. We have 12, 13, 8, 16. That's it. And let's pick edges with weight 6, 5, 18, 6, 9, 7, 9, and 13, 14 will form a cycle. We should not take that. 10, 16, that is right. And then we have, that's it. Then we have edges of weight 8. 110 will form cycle, 111 cycle, 14 cycle, 34 cycle. Yeah, this is it. So for this example, this is one of the possible minimum spanning trees. Yeah, you can say that all the nodes are connected at this point. So that is the basic idea, everyone. You sort all the edges based on weights, you pick them one by one. You can take any edge as long as they don't form a cycle. So what is the challenging part in this algorithm for us to implement? What is the challenging part in this algorithm for us to implement? Exactly. Checking for cycles. Exactly, to identify if it forms a cycle or not. If you want to check for a cycle in a graph, you can use cycle direction algorithm that we discussed. But as we know, that will take linear time, right? You should traverse the entire graph to check if it is a cycle, if there is a cycle. But our requirement here is not that complicated, right? You don't have to traverse the entire graph to check if it is a cycle, if it is causing a cycle. You want to know if this edge is causing a cycle. So we don't have to go with the linear time algorithms to do cycle detection here. We can do something simpler, something more optimized, maybe not simpler, but more optimized to check for cycles. Check for number of connections. Okay. First, can you write down till here? Then I'll explain you what to do after that. Just make a note of it till here. Then we'll see, like, how to logically come to that conclusion. Last 10 seconds. All right. So before I start with the remaining discussion, just a heads up that the remaining discussion can get complicated very fast. So please try to write down whatever you are listening as we discuss. Don't write in extreme detail, just write down the key points. Then I'll give you more time to expand on all the details, all the key points that you wrote. So during our discussion now, for the next few minutes, keep writing down key points, whatever you observe. Then I'll give you time to note down completely. Then you can expand on all the discussions that you understand. Okay. So let's begin. Firstly, let's say we sorted all the edges now. And we want to take them one by one, and we want to check if it is causing a cycle or not. So the core of the problem is checking if there is a cycle. So for that, we should understand, when does a cycle form? See, let me take some random edges here. If I take an edge from 18 to 2, doesn't form a cycle. 3 to 1 doesn't form a cycle. 5 to 3 doesn't form a cycle. Of course, 3 to 1 is not there here. Let's say 3 to 4 doesn't form a cycle. 3 to 2 doesn't form a cycle. 2 to 1 doesn't form a cycle. But similarly, 9 to 12 does 9 to or 12 to 13 doesn't form a cycle. 11 to 14, this doesn't form a cycle. 11 to 10 doesn't form a cycle. And even if I take an edge from 1 to 11, it doesn't form a cycle. Now, if you observe only these nodes, guys, among these nodes, which two nodes, if I pick and put an edge between them, will it definitely cause a cycle? I mean, of course, there are a lot of examples here, but don't tell me specific examples. Like, what are the two kinds of nodes that we have to pick and form an edge between them such that it will definitely form a cycle? 1, 4, 1, 10. Sorry, 1, 10 doesn't form a cycle. I'm asking what will cause a cycle here? Which edge, if we put anywhere here, will definitely cause a cycle? 11, 12, 1, 14. So what is the pattern that you're observing? What are the kind of nodes that you should pick to definitely cause a cycle here? That's right. So whatever Rishabh and Harivardhan said, that is correct, right? Whenever you're picking any two nodes which belong to the same component and put an edge between them, they will definitely form a cycle. You pick any two nodes from this component, any two nodes, 18, 1, 18, 4, 1, 4, 2, 4, 5, 1, 5, 4, 5, 18. Any two nodes from the same component will definitely cause a cycle. But if you take an edge between two nodes of different components, 311, 111, 412, 313, any one node from here and any one node from here, whatever combination you pick, it will never cause a cycle. So this is our core of the logic. This observation that we have made here will be the core of the logic that we are building, which is edge between two nodes of same component, edge between same component nodes, same component, what component nodes will definitely cause a cycle. So all we have to do is, when we are picking edges, we just have to check which component those two nodes belong to that you're forming an edge between. Are they belonging to the same component or are they belonging to different components? Do they belong to the same component or different components? That is the entire rest of the logic that we are going to build. When you're picking an edge between any two nodes, you just have to know which component each of those nodes belongs to. But that's only the case when there are enough nodes chosen to cause a cycle, right? I don't understand your point. So for example, let's say I have an edge between 1, 4, and 11. Now, if I try to take an edge between 4 and 11, it will cause a cycle. It's only the case after choosing a certain number of edges. Yeah, I mean, if you're talking about it like that, logically, if you have only one edge in this component, then logically you cannot have another edge. So it's not possible to have it otherwise. That is right. Okay. So now let's move on to the next part of next step of our cycle detection at each step. Okay. So did you guys understand till here that we should identify which components they belong to? If they are different components, we can add them, we can take that edge. If they are same component, we should not take that edge. Clear till here, right? Yeah. No. Kind of. Okay, yes. Great. If we are clear with this point, then rest of it will be very, very clear to you. Okay, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a strategy to identify which component anything belongs to. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to create a parent array. I'm just going to create a parent array here. What is the purpose of this parent array? Parent array, you can imagine, is something like, name of the component. Initially, we did not take any edge, right? Initially, every node has its own name as the name of that component. Means the component in which 1 is present is 1, component in which 2 is present is 2, 3 is present in 3, like that. So whatever is this parent array, you can imagine it like the name of that component. You will understand why I'm calling it parent array after a few more iterations. But this is the idea. Initially, we did not take any edge. That's why every node is its own parent. Now let us start picking edges here. Let's start picking edges. Okay, let's say the first edge that I pick is 9, 8. We need to pick it based on sorted order, right? So we should first pick all the edges with weight 2. Then we'll pick weight 4, weight 6, weight 8, and so on. So first we are in weight 2 edges. Let's say the first edge that I pick is 9, 8. Now I need to update my parent array in such a way that either 9 points to 8 or 8 points to 9. To keep it consistent, what I'm going to do is I'm going to always point the bigger node to smaller node. So here 8 is smaller than 9. So 9 will say that now 9's parent is 8. Now 9's parent is 8. Similarly, if I take 4, 12, now we will simply say that 12's parent is 4. Let's say now I pick something like, I don't know, 14, 15. Now we'll simply say that 15's parent is 14. Let's say the next node that I pick is 1, 2. Then we'll say that 2's parent is 1. Then let's say the next node that we pick is 5, 3. Then we'll simply say that 5's parent is 3. And there are a few more nodes to pick, which we'll get to it. We can also pick maybe 10, 11, and 10, 11. 11's parent is 10. And 4, 14. 14's parent is 4. How to decide which node's parent is updated? I told you, right? I'm always updating bigger node's parent with smaller node, just for consistency reasons. Before I move forward, is it clear till here? Just till here. I'll tell you like what to do, what are the complications, etc., etc., etc. Yes. Okay. Just make a brief note of everything we discussed till here. Then the next few points will discuss a bit more in detail. Yeah, sure. Take your time. Till here, whatever we discussed, try to write down in as much detail as you can. Then we will move forward to the remaining points. So one will not have the parent, and one can be a parent to many. Yeah, logically speaking, yes. That is how it works. Because of the strategy that I employed here, where I was saying that I will always update bigger node's parent with the smaller node. Ultimately, when everything is connected, one will be the ultimate parent for everything, because that is the smallest node. Last 30 seconds. All right, moving forward. Let's move forward, guys. So if you observed what I drew here below the parent array. So this is basically the visualization of the parent array. So 11's parent is 10, 10's parent is 10. 5's parent is 3, 3's parent is 3, like that. What I drew here is the visualization of the parent array. Okay, now we are done with all the nodes of weight 2, right? Now let's go with nodes of weight 4. So when we are going with nodes of weight 4, the first node that we pick is something like okay, 10, 11, 14, let's say. 11, 14 is the first node that we pick. So when you're picking the node 11, 14, what do? We should say that 14's parent is pointing to 11, right? Ideally, we should say that 14's parent is pointing to 11, according to the logic we discussed now. But if you say that parent of 14 is 11, now you will lose the link between 14 and 4, right? Now you will not know that 14 and 4 are in the same component. Are you able to see the visualization here? So this is the current situation. 14's parent is 4, 11's parent is 10. Now I am saying that I'll take edge between 11 and 14. When I take the edge between 11 and 14, according to the logic we were having till now, 14's parent should become 11. But if 14 parent becomes 11, then you are losing this information that 14's parent was actually 4. Right? Now it will look like 14, 11, 10 are in one component, 4, 5 are in one component, which is not true. All of them are in one component together. Yes. So the way that you update parent should not be that, okay, if I'll update 14's parent to 11. You should not do this kind of updates. In fact, the way that we are comparing itself is wrong. You should not compare directly parent of 14 and parent of 15. You should compare the ultimate parent of 14 and ultimate parent of 15. So you should compare 4 and 10. I'll tell you what that means after I join. Now, instead of comparing 14 and 11, you should compare 4 and 10. Parent of 14 is 4, parent of 11 is 10. Now, which is smaller? 4 is smaller here, right? Out of 4 and 10. So what do we do? What do we update? We update 10's parent, exactly. That's right. We update 10's parent to 4. We should update 10's parent to 4. See, you can't update again 11's parent to 4. Then you are losing the link between 11 and 10. We need to update saying that 10's parent is 4 when you're taking the edge between 11 and 14. So 10's parent will update to 4. Okay, now let us say that the next edge that I'm taking is something like 10 to 15. The next edge that I'm picking is 10 to 15, let's say. When I try to find the parents of 10 and 15, now parent of 10 is 4, parent of 15 is 14. I should not say that they are different parents. I will take the edge, right? Do you understand what I'm saying? You should not just see that, okay, 10's parent is 4, 15's parent is 14. They are different components. I will take that edge. So it's not about the parent array directly here. Whenever you want to compare two nodes, you should go to their ultimate parent. Exactly. Final parent, I'll just call it as ultimate parent because ultimate sounds very fancy. We'll go with ultimate parent. So you need to find what is the ultimate parent of each node. 15's parent is 14. 15's parent is 14. 14's parent is 4. 4's parent is 4. 4 is the ultimate parent of 15. Yeah, similar, but not exactly like that. Then 10's parent is 4, 4's parent is 4, 10's ultimate parent is 4. So you should not directly compare parent array. You should compare parent of, parent of, parent of until we find the ultimate parent and then compare them. Exactly. Now 10 and 15 have same ultimate parent. It will form a cycle for sure. You should not take that edge. 10's ultimate parent is 4. 15's ultimate parent is 4. So we should not take the edge between 10 and 15. If I have to write code for finding the ultimate parent, it will look something like this, right? Can we maintain ultimate parent array? You can't maintain it directly, but I'll tell you there is a hack for it. I will explain you in a bit. Okay, let's say I'm writing the function now, guys, to find the ultimate parent of any node u. Let's say I'm writing a recursive code here. What should be my base condition? What should be my base condition? Let's say I'm writing a recursive code to find the ultimate parent. Exactly. Perfect. Perfect. You got it. If u is the parent of itself, then return u as the ultimate parent. Otherwise, what should be written? Otherwise, what should be written? That's right. We need to again find the ultimate parent of u. Exactly. We need to find the ultimate parent of u. Perfect. Perfect. It's not parent of you or parent of you. Again, that you don't know how many steps you have to go there to reach the ultimate parent. And our recursive function will take care of that, right? Make a quick note of it till here. I'll give you 30 seconds. Then I'll show you some complications that arise after this. This was asked to my friend recently in his Google interview, by the way, just 2 weeks back. It is basically this similar question, but they'll have like a story around it. I'll tell you after we conclude this entire discussion. Last 10 seconds. Okay. Now let's see what else will happen here. So let's say now you are taking 10, 15, you did not take it. Now you are joining 1, 9. So 9's ultimate parent is 8. 1's ultimate parent is 1. So ultimate parent of 8 will update to ultimate parent of 1. So it will become something like this. Okay, I wrote it in reverse here. It should be 9, 8 here. Then 8 is pointing to 1 in the parent array. 8 into 18's ultimate parent will update to 1. Then we have 2, 9. 9's ultimate parent will update to 2. But 2, 9, 2's ultimate parent is 1, 9's ultimate parent is 1. You should not take it. 19, 4 can be taken. 19's ultimate parent will update to 4's ultimate parent, which is 4. And what else should we take? 12, 13 you can take. 13's ultimate parent will update to 12's ultimate parent, which is 4. Then 8, 16 can be taken. 16's ultimate parent will update to 8's ultimate parent. 8 ultimate parent is 1. Then you can take 6 and 7. 6 ultimate parent and 7 ultimate parent. And then probably you can take 5, 18. 18's ultimate parent. 5's ultimate parent is 3. 3's ultimate parent will become 1. And then 10, 16. 16's ultimate parent is 1. 10's ultimate parent is 4. 4's ultimate parent will become 1. And then we have formed the entire minimum spanning tree. But of course, I did not update my parent array for everything, parent array visualization for everything I joined there. So what could happen here is, in this graph, it did not happen. But what could happen here is, if you can observe, if I add a few more nodes, then maybe something is pointing to 5, something is pointing to this, something is pointing to this, something is pointing to this, right? Let's say 8's parent is 5, for example. For any graph, we'll take a different graph in this example. Let's say 8 parent is 5, 5 parent is 3, 3 parent is 1. And then we have 10 parent as 9, 9 parent as 7, 7 parent as 4, 4 parent as 2. Now let's say you're trying to take an edge between 8 and 10. Then what will happen? You need to find the ultimate parent of 8, which will take 4 iterations. Ultimate parent of 10, which will take 5 iterations. And then you will join them. And let's say you are adding one more node, something like, let's say you have something like 20 nodes like this and 20 nodes like this. Then every time you need to find a parent to join them, it will take 10 iterations or 20 iterations, right? And as the number of nodes that you are attaching is increasing and increasing, this path that you're getting keeps increasing to find the ultimate parent. In worst case, this path, finding the ultimate parent path, can take linear time, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. In worst case, finding the ultimate parent path can take exactly almost big of n time, which is again pointless. We came to this method to avoid the big of n cycle detection. And again, our path, the calculation here, all the ultimate parent calculation here, that path is again taking big of n time. So what I'm suggesting to you is, let's say now you have found the parent of ultimate parent of 10. Now your recursion is coming back, right? When your recursion is coming back to 4, you can update ultimate parent of 4 as 2 or parent of 4 as 2. When your recursion comes back to 7, you can say that, okay, now 7's parent is 2. When recursion comes back to 9, you can say that, hey, 9's parent is 2. When it comes back to 10, you can say, hey, 10's parent is 2. That's right. So whenever you are trying to find the ultimate parent, your recursion will come back. And when it is coming back, you know what is the ultimate parent it is taking back. You update the parent of everything along the way. So the next time you want to calculate 10, it will not be linear time, right? It will be only one step. So the next time, if you want to optimize the path for the next few iterations, then what should we do? Instead of returning directly, first we need to update this in. What should we write here? Exactly. Perfect, guys. We should first update this in parent of you and then return parent of you. And then return parent of you. So this idea is known as path compression. Yeah, sure, Prerna. I'm repeating path compression once again. So the first time when you went to calculate the ultimate parent of 10, your recursion will come back to all those nodes once again. So your recursion is returning 2, 2, 2, 2, all those nodes, right? So along the way, you update your parent. Parent of 4 is 2, parent of 7 is 2, parent of 9 is 2, parent of 10 is 2. So that the next time you want to calculate the ultimate parent of 10, it will not go to 9, 7, 4. It will directly go to 2. Yes, whenever we are finding ultimate parents, we are updating ultimate parents. So whenever you call the findP function to find the ultimate parent, when it is returning along that path, we are updating the parents everywhere. So our entire logic is basically sort all edges. Then for each edge, so findP has to be only used once. No, that is not the purpose of that path compression that we did. You are still trying to find the ultimate parent in the same way. It's just that in that process, we are now optimizing the paths. You will understand once you see how you're finding parent will help us with the main logic. So this is the main logic that I'm writing here, guys. Once you sort all the edges, for each u, v, w in each edge, what is the first thing that you want to get for u and v? To check if you can take the edge between u and v, what is the first thing that you need? Finding the ultimate parents, exactly. Getting the ultimate parents. That is perfectly wrong, Prem. You should not use the parent array. That is the entire point of our entire last 10 minutes discussion. To not compare parents directly, you need to find the ultimate parents. That is why we wrote the ultimate parent finding function. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we need to find the ultimate parent. So we'll call it ultimate parent of u, pu. And we'll find the ultimate parent of v, pv. And then we have to check if pu not equal to pv. If ultimate parents are different. If ultimate parents are different, then we need to add w to the total, right? Because you're taking that edge. Whatever is the weight of that edge, that is what we should calculate at the end. Total weight of the minimum spanning tree. You're taking that edge, you're taking that weight into the total. You can initialize total equal to 0 or something here. And you're adding it to the total. But now you should update the parents, right? Can you tell me how do you write that code? How do you update the parents? Parent of what should be updated? Parent of u equal to pu. No. Parent of max of u comma v. Perfect. Max of u comma v. Parent of max of pu comma pv. Exactly. That's right. Max of the ultimate parents will be updated with min of the ultimate parents. That is right. Whichever is the bigger ultimate parent, its parent will update with the smaller ultimate parent. So if you see, this is basically sorting will take e log e time. This will take e number of iterations. Find parent will be taking average big of 1, right? Assuming your path compression is working very well. It will have an average of big of 1, finding parent. So our Kruskal algorithm will have a total complexity of e log e plus e. With a space complexity of v, that is right, it is not e. Your parent array will take v space, right? So this is basically known as a disjoint set data structure. The parent array that we have maintained here is basically known as a disjoint set data structure, also known as union find data structure. Also known as union find data structure. Because if you observe, find is our find part of union find, and updating the parent is basically the union part of union find. So we successfully implemented a disjoint set data structure with path compression to solve Kruskal's algorithm. I hope you're noting down all the points, guys. Yeah. Please note down all the points. Don't think that it is obvious, I will remember. Because you know very well that you will not remember. Also, I hope how you can see how you can use this disjoint set data structure to find the cycles in undirected graphs as well, right? I mean, cycle detection algorithm that we discussed in last class. This also is one of the cycle detection algorithms. For undirected graphs. Okay, shall we move on to the next question? Before we move on to the next question, I would like you all to take 5 minutes of time and do this that I tagged you on Discord with. We'll dedicate exactly 5 minutes of time for this. Yeah, Quora, you can like spend more time later. At least you can go to Google review and put a Google review probably. And basically what I'm expecting you to do in these 5 minutes is type something instead of just being lazy and clicking rating itself. You can put whatever comes to your mind, and 5 minutes is a lot of time. So please try to add like 2-3 lines and try to add something which will, help others to realize what they are looking for and what you found here, etc. You can use the Google link that is there and you can just type like 2 or 3 lines. I mean, please don't be lazy, guys. It's 14 weeks of my effort as well. So 2 lines at least you can spare for me. Last 2 minutes. And technically it is 16 weeks with 1 week gap. Last 1 minute, guys. I see only 10 people have submitted till now. Logging into FB after almost like a year. It's good that you still remember your Facebook credentials. I mean, Facebook, yeah, you can put a review there, but Google review and Quora, I think, are the most popular ones, I guess. Before you take a course, I think these are the places where you check out reviews, right? I'll create a Facebook account because of smart interviews. Okay. Cool, guys. Shall we continue? Of course, if you are still typing, please continue typing and make sure you are done. And when you are at it, obviously, you can mark your activity as well. I have enabled mark activity. So you can do both the things at once and we can resume at once. Mark activity has been enabled, everyone. Please mark your activity. Mark activity has been enabled, guys. Please mark your activity. And then we'll move on to the next question. I mean, it came out nice, I guess. All right, let's move on to the next question, everyone. We are still continuing with our session. Please keep your videos on, guys. You still have time for a break. Don't hurry. Don't worry. All right, now, guys. So here the question, I think you can predict what the question is. This is basically a maze. You're given a maze in a matrix. And you need to, this is basically rat and cheese. Yeah, you need to calculate the lexicographically shortest path from R to C. Calculate the length of the lexico. I mean, when we say lexicographically, it makes sense only when we have to print the path and print the path. Because if you only care about the length, lexicographical order doesn't make sense. You need to basically print the lexicographically shortest path from R to C. Calculate the lexicographically shortest path from R to C. What is the first thing that you should ask me now? Perfect. Exactly. The first thing that you should ask is exactly, is it N4 or N8? It is N8. N8 neighborhood means you can travel in 8 directions from any cell. Up, down, left, right, and diagonally. Now let us understand what is lexicographically shortest path here. I mean, shortest path we know, right? We know shortest path can be calculated using which algorithm? Shortest path in a graph can be calculated using which algorithm? In an undirected, unweighted graph can be calculated using which algorithm? BFS is the right answer. BFS is the right answer. I don't know why you said Dijkstra's. Dijkstra's is specifically for weighted graphs. Here we don't have a weighted graph. It is just regular graph. So BFS. We know that we can do BFS to get the answer. But that is not a challenge here. The challenge is calculating what is lexicographically shortest path. If you look here, there are multiple ways I can go from rat to cheese, right? I can go here, 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 here. So blue path is one way that I can go. Or I can go here, 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 here. Green path is one way I can go. Or I can go here, here, I mean, here, here, and here, and here, and here, and here, and here. Red path is one way I can go. Out of blue, green, and red, which do you think is the lexicographically smallest path? Okay, first thing, I hope you understand that all red, green, and blue have the same path length, right? And they're also shortest path. Right? Okay. Out of all these three, red, green, and blue, which do you think is the lexicographically shortest one? Blue, 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 green, green, blue. Okay, so the answer is okay, definitely not right, because red is going like this. Answer is green. Green is the lexicographically shortest path here. So the only deviation between green and blue is over here, right? Over here, green is going to the cell above it, to this cell. Green is going to this cell, whereas blue is going to this cell. This is the only difference between green and blue. So for a lexicographical order, basically, you just have to understand what lexicographical order is. So lexicographical order is in a graph, first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seven, eight, in the order of priority. If you remember, in our last class, I showed you how to write the direction arrays, right, for DI and DJ. So the direction arrays that I showed you look something like this. -1, -1, -1, 0, 0, 1, 1, 1. I is lexicographically sorted. Then J should be sorted after I. -1, 0, 1, -1, 1, -1, 0, 1. So in the range where I is sorted, J is sorted. In the range where I is sorted, J is sorted. In the range where I is sorted, J is sorted. So basically we gave preference to -1, -1 because that is the lexicographically smallest combination that we can get. Right? Which is nothing but this, right? Position 1 in my left side description. Then -1, 0 is nothing but position 2. -1, 1 is nothing but position 3 and so on. So because of this distinction, the cell above is going to be lexicographically smaller than the cell below. If you understood everything till here, now can you tell me what is the next step in our solution? Like, what is the challenge here? I mean, why is this a difficult problem? Tell me, guys, why is this a difficult problem? What is the challenge here? Fast, be responsive. Whether we are going towards our destination or away from destination, that is already handled, right? Because of BFS. BFS is taking care of that already for us. It will check first all the cells at distance 0, all the cells at distance 1, distance 2, distance 3, and so on, right? That is what BFS does for us. To find lexicographical order, I just solved that entire lexicographical dilemma for you. All you have to do is give priority to traverse in this way. That's it. If you use this DI and DJ arrays, you will automatically travel in lexicographical order. So what Harivardhan said is exactly right. The challenge here is to print the path. The challenge here is to print the path. So to print the path, what do you need? What information do you need to print the path? I discussed yesterday itself when we discussed shortest path. Someone asked me how do we print the shortest path, all the nodes. I told you what to do. In one day, how can you forget? Okay, we are getting there. We are getting there. What should we store? Previous or parent, exactly. Perfect. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Backtrack using the parent. According to our definition, a parent, what is a parent? Whichever cell added it to the queue, right? Whichever node, here in this case cell, added that cell to the queue. So if cell number A is adding cell number B to the queue, A is the parent of B. So all we have to know is what is the previous cell or the parent cell. Where can we keep track of parent cell for each node? We can keep track of it in a parent matrix, right? Parent matrix, basically. Parent matrix of type. This should be a matrix of type what? Integer, Boolean. What information should we store? Pair. Exactly. Thank you. Guys, the faster you respond, the faster we can move forward. Pair, right? You need to store the coordinates of the parent. And in a matrix, coordinates are 2-dimensional. So you need to store pair, the row and column. So you'll store something like 4,5 here, 3,5 here, 2,5 here, something like this, or 2,4, 1,3. I am not writing the correct coordinates. Don't worry about the coordinates. I'm just showing you some examples. 3,1, something, something, something. Like this, you need to store all the coordinates here, the parent coordinates. And all you have to do is backtrack from this, the previous cell, basically. Or you can also come forward from rat. Although it might be a bit tricky. Backtrack and then print the path in reverse. Backtrack to find the parent and print the path in reverse. Make a quick note of it, then we'll move on to the next question. Okay, before we move on to the next question, I think it's better we take a break over here. We'll take a break, meet again at 22. And then we'll continue discussing a few more questions. And then the rest of the conclusion.
Recording stopped.
All right, everyone, let us resume with our discussion.
Recording in progress.
Let's resume with our discussion. Videos on, face visible. Videos on, guys. Let's resume. Videos on, face visible. Videos on, face visible. Videos on, face visible. Faster. All right, moving on to the next question then. For the next question, you're given an let's just build a short story around it instead. You're given a graph of cities and roads. So all the nodes are cities, all the edges are roads between the cities. So in this example, we have 12 cities and some number of roads connecting the cities. Let's make it a bit evil. Let's say that you are an evil scientist and you want to test the efficacy of two types of virus. You want to test the efficacy of two types of virus. So what you want to do here is you want to give one type of virus to one city. But because you don't want to contaminate your research, you also want to make sure that two adjacent cities should not get the same virus. Any two adjacent cities should not get the same virus. Because if they contain the same virus, then you will not know the efficacy of it. Because people will travel from one city to the other and it will affect your research. So the question here is, for any given configuration of cities and roads, you need to check if any combination, if any valid combination exists. Means, let's say my virus types are type A and type B. Okay, we have two types of virus, type A virus and type B virus. So for this example, I want to know if it is possible to get the conditions right for me. Now I want to check if I can give virus A and virus B in such a way that to all the cities in such a way that no two adjacent cities have the same virus. So for this example, what do you think? Is it possible, not possible? Is this a valid example or is it not a valid example for your research? Okay. Valid, valid. 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 Okay, this is a valid example. So you're saying that it is possible for us to experiment with this cities and roads combination. Valid. Okay, let's see. Let's say I give type A to this city. Then obviously I should give type B to this city. Then obviously I should give type A to this city. Then I should give type B to adjacent cities. Then I should give type A here, type B here, type A here, type A here, type B here, type A here, and type B here. Okay, it worked out for us. So for this example, it is valid. This is a valid combination of cities and roads on which you can experiment your, on which you can conduct your research. Write down the question, and then we'll discuss few more points around this. Write down the question properly, completely, and then we'll discuss few more points around it. For this question, just in case if I have an edge between 11 and 4 here, what do you think will happen then? Will it still be valid? No. That is right. It is not possible to get a valid combination here. So this will not be a valid configuration for us. So what we are doing here is basically you can do a BFS or DFS from any node, and you can start assigning cities, alternatively. If current city is type A, all the neighbors you will give type B. If current city is type B, for all the neighbors you will give type A. You will keep going like that until you see a conflict at any point of time. So any type of BFS or DFS will work here. All you have to do is assign alternatively. And that is the entire solution. But here, if it is a valid combination, then this graph is said to have a special property. If it is a valid combination, then this graph can be divided into two sets of graphs, two sets of nodes. Such that all type A nodes and type A nodes basically, such that you will have edges only from type A to type B, but you will never have edge from type A to A or type B to B. If it is a valid graph, then it means that this graph can be divided into two sets of nodes such that type A nodes and type B nodes, you will have only edges between type A and type B nodes, but never between type A and type A, or between type A, type B and type B. Such graphs are known as exactly bipartite graphs. Similar to function mapping. Yeah, you can relate it to that, but not directly related. I mean, it looks visually similar. Such graphs are known as bipartite graphs. Bipartite graphs are also known as two colorable graphs. Bipartite graphs are also known as two colorable graphs. And the reason why adding an edge between 11 and 4 is failing is because it is causing a that's right. It is causing an odd length cycle. Perfect. Odd length cycles cannot exist in bipartite graphs. Odd length cycles cannot exist in bipartite graphs. I hope you are writing down, guys. So the point which says that it is a two colorable graph, that point is actually has a lot more meaning under the topic of graph coloring. Under the topic of graph coloring. Under the topic of graph coloring, there is also another important point, which says that any graph, or basically every graph, can be a four colorable graph. Every graph can be a four colorable graph. Means if I give you a graph and four colors, you can assign colors in nodes of these graphs in such a way that no two adjacent nodes have the same color, no matter how complex the graph is. In fact, using this point itself, if you remember, back when you used to buy world maps used to contain only 4 colors: yellow, blue, green, red, or something, orange, or something like that. And they used to color all the countries in such a way that no two countries, adjacent countries, have the same color. The problem with this is there is no concrete mathematical derivation proof for this fact, except that people have tried and failed to find any such graph in existence. There is a word for it, I forgot. Yeah, it is kind of a postulate, but there is something else as well. It was the first major theorem to be proved using a computer. Okay. Yeah, something like that. No, it is not an axiom. Axiom is like a fact. Fine, forget it. Let's stick with theorem for now. Anyway, if you are interested more, you can read about it in this Wikipedia article. But don't read now, later. On that note, shall we move on to the next point, everyone? And graph coloring is a very nice topic that you can read more about. So definitely add it to your to-do list. It is a lot more theoretical than practical, but it's very, very fun to learn. So it's very nice combination of mathematics and computer science coming into one topic. All right, let's move on to the next question, everyone. For the next question, we are basically given a initial position of a knight on a chessboard. You're given an initial position of a knight on a chessboard. And they are basically asking you to do something like check or basically print the knight's tour. What is a knight's tour? You can guess if you don't know. What is the knight's tour? positions a knight could take. Something more? Sequence of moves, path in which he moved through the board. Yeah, you're getting there. You're getting there. A knight's tour is basically, that is right. Visit every cell exactly once. You need to move your knight in such a way that it will visit every cell on a chessboard exactly once. To print the knight's tour from any given starting position, first you should know how a knight moves. And then you can do something. From any given I, j, what are all the available positions for a knight? Tell me. 2 up and 1 right is I minus 2, j plus 1. That's right. And 1 left is I minus 2, j minus 1. 1 up and 2 right is I minus 2, j plus 2. Sorry, I minus 1, j plus 2. 1 up and 2 left is I minus 1, j minus 2. And then similarly on the other side, I plus 2, j plus 1. I plus 2, j minus 1. I plus 1, j plus 2. I plus 1, j minus 2. These are all 8 positions to which a knight can move from any given cell I, j. These are all 8 positions to which a knight can move. Of course, knight can go 2 right and 1 up, but it is the same as 1 up and 2 right. And a knight has only 8 positions that it can jump to. Now our problem becomes, or our solution becomes basically, move knight in all possible paths until the tour is completed. That is what it is, right? We need to move the knight in all possible paths until the tour is completed. Because you cannot say deterministically that, okay, I will go this side, then my tour will be done. If I go this side, it will not be done. You cannot say like that from any given cell. You need to try all possible paths. So what can happen if I go, let's say, here, 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 and maybe here? Yes, every cell has to be visited exactly once. You should not fall on the same cell again. So let's say what will happen is, at some point, your knight will run out of moves. but your tour is not completed. That is when you have to backtrack and try another path. Exactly, Rishabh. We need to visit all 64 cells exactly once. You should not fall on the same cell again. You cannot go to the same cell again. And to solve this problem, you will do basically exactly DFS plus backtracking. You went on one path, it did not work out for you. You need to be able to backtrack and try another path. So when you're backtracking, now you need to mark those cells as not visited because you want to come back to it in a different way. Which we know already how to do if you refer to our backtracking codes from sessions 3 and 4. Guys, I hope you're writing down as we discuss. Sure, Samat. So the part where you're backtracking is basically you selected a combination of cells. You went some way, but after some time, you are ran out of moves. But your tour is not complete. Means you did not visit many other, at least one other cell. In that case, it means that the path you have chosen is wrong. You need to backtrack by saying that, okay, I did not visit it. I did not visit this. I did not visit this. You need to mark them as not visited. Then you will try another path and come back to it. A night's tour question can be of two types. They can ask you for an open tour or a closed tour. They can ask you to find an open tour or a closed tour. Closed tour is basically you need to be able to end the tour on the starting cell. You should be able to end the tour on the starting cell. Means no matter where you go, ultimately you should be able to come back to the starting cell to say that, okay, my tour is completed. Open tour, the tour can end anywhere. Doesn't matter where you're ending it. An open tour problem is basically Hamiltonian path problem. And a closed tour problem is basically a Hamiltonian cycle problem. Hamiltonian path and Hamiltonian cycle. Both Hamiltonian path and Hamiltonian cycle, that is right. They are NP complete problems, but not Knight's tour. Knight's tour, because it happens on a 8x8 chessboard, it is not any NP problem. It can be solved in linear time also. But in general, any Hamiltonian path and Hamiltonian cycle problem can be an NP complete problem. Moving ahead in 30 seconds. Shall we move ahead? All right. For additional reading, you can probably start with graph coloring itself. You can start with graph coloring itself. Then you can probably try, I gave you, no, I didn't. You can probably then go to reading about the Bellman-Ford algorithm. Bellman-Ford is used to find the single source shortest path. That's right. Because Dijkstra's algorithm will not work for negative weighted cycles. Bellman-Ford will help you out there. And then after that, you can go to Floyd-Warshall, which is all pair shortest path algorithm. So from every node to every other node, it will help you calculate the shortest path. After that, you can you can read about vertex cut, edge cut, articulation point. Was that the max flow problem? No, that is different. Min cut and max flow problems are different. You can also probably read more about Hamiltonian path and Hamiltonian cycle. What else is there? Yeah, you can read more about something known as a binary lifting. You could also read about heavy light decomposition. Etc. etc. I mean, there are a lot of algorithms, but these are few things that you can focus on, read about, and understand with your current level of knowledge. Okay, at this point, I will stop the video recording, but I will now tell you what should you do next.
Recording stopped.
And please, guys, session is not over. We still have a lot of things to discuss. So please keep your videos on. One last day. Okay. So one thing that you guys have to remember is course is over, but your preparation should not be over. This is a mistake that many students do. And in this batch also many students are doing already, which is ignoring, you know, like as soon as the course is done, you'll be like, okay, done, I will enjoy now. That should not be your mentality. You need to now put to good use everything that you have learned. I mean, forget everything you have learned. First, you should try to focus on these two topics a lot, DP and graphs, because once we started with DP or relevant sessions, your practice started degrading drastically for some reason. I don't know why. Even when we conducted lab sessions, people were just joining and leaving, and only few of you could take advantage of benefit of it. Yeah, I understand many of you had exams. That could be one reason. So DP and graphs basically. DP and graphs, please focus on these two topics first. I don't care if you don't know any other topic earlier. These two topics are the ones that will take you the most time to learn, the most effort to practice. Focus a lot on these two topics during this week and next week at least. The course is not over. It is over only when you're done with your practice and when you got the dream job that you have joined this course for. Then the course is over for you. Until then, the course is not over for you. Please keep that, in your mental configuration somewhere. default configuration. Okay, moving on to the next thing, which is we did not cover any geometry and math related problems. Geometry and math related problems we did not cover in our sessions because it will involve a lot of math, and it will so basically it will not fit in a general audience group that we are targeting. Geometry and math are highly specific problems which require you to know those geometry and math related concepts first before you try to solve them programmatically. And that can be done only when you are taking it as an initiative and running it on your own. Everyone has a different pace of understanding geometry and math. Geometry and math are not very important for face-to-face interviews, but they can be important when you're trying to clear online hiring challenges. So this is the next thing that I want you guys to focus on, which is learning more geometry and math related problems. Once that is done, the next thing that you have to focus on is other things, other skills or requirements. See guys, using only DSA, you will not clear interviews. Maybe Amazon interview, but that's it. Except Amazon, every other company will ask you at least few more questions beyond DSA. Even Amazon is nowadays trying to ask more questions beyond DSA. Few other topics that you guys have to focus on for sure are something like operating systems, computer networks, object-oriented programming. What else? DBMS, of course, DBMS. How did I forget that? What else? Yeah, depends on your experience level. System design. System design will contain high-level design and low-level design. Low-level design for everyone having greater than or equal to 1 year experience. High-level design usually for greater than or equal to 3 year experience. And design patterns, which is a part of low-level design basically, are good to know even if you are having 0 years of experience. The next thing is you can also focus on, wait, I have this list somewhere. Just a second, guys. I have a very detailed sheet which contains everything that you need to move forward with your preparation. Let me just try finding it once. Yeah, I got it. I am sharing it in Notes Resources channel. On Discord. So this is a sheet that we created at Smart Interviews to help you streamline your preparation. So what we did is we created a sheet which contains topics under each category. What all topics you have to focus on, how many hours you should dedicate at max to those topics. And yeah, then just create a schedule out of it and continue with your preparation. under each category, if you observe, we try to add as many points as possible which you need to cover. But of course, you can go beyond that. These are the few things that you should definitely cover. Other than that, you should cover more things under those categories. Web technologies is also one of the most important things nowadays. Of course, if you are a fresher, you should definitely focus on aptitude and logical reasoning as well. Although I personally hate giving aptitude exams, but sometimes companies ask, so you should write. You don't really have a choice. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't make sense. Anyway, moving on to next points, guys. Please bookmark it, create a schedule out of it, and try to streamline your preparation. Moving on to the next point, which is the most important point that many of you have been waiting for, probably, is resume tips. Basically, good and bad things about resume preparation, basically. And whatever I'm saying here is a disclaimer, by the way. Personal opinion, what worked for me and what worked for all the previous students who took my advice. It may or may not be applicable to you. So take it with a grain of salt or a spoon of salt, depending on the requirement. Okay, resume tips. We'll start with few things. Okay, we'll come from top to bottom in a resume. The top of a resume nowadays is usually a photo. Not everyone is doing that. Many new resumes that I came across, they are doing it. They are putting a photo. Personally, I feel that that's going to do more bad than good. See, people are very judgmental. They have a lot of prejudice. What if they look at your face and feel like, I don't like your face? Then, everything after that will go bad for you. I mean, if you feel that, okay, you have a very attractive face, of course, you can take it to your advantage. But, that is just introducing prejudice, and I personally don't put my photo anywhere. So photo, be cautious. I mean, depends on how you look at yourself. If you feel that you have a face which others like, see, your face you will always like that. I'm not talking about you liking it. What do you feel that others will look at in your face? Depending on that, you take a decision on your own. Personally, I don't put it. I don't like that at all. Then moving on to the next point, which is name, email, all that is fine. Email, like, don't put your fancy email that you created in your 10th class. Put some professional email, which is, easy to type, which probably doesn't have any numbers, 84359 or anything like that. I mean, it's not like anyone cares, but, why show your funky side? It is like, it's a very minor thing. People don't even care, actually. In fact, one of my friends, I told you, who applied for Google, he applied for Google with the email rcrthor@gmail.com. Thor is basically his favorite character, and RCR is just his name in short. Anyway, just one point. Email, name, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, now this is a very important point. Information about your academics. See, guys, first thing about academics. No one cares about your 10th percentage. No one cares about your intermediate percentage. In fact, many companies don't even care about your degree percentage. Degree is big BTech percentage GPA. You can convert it to relevant terms there. Most recruiters do not care how much score you got. What is the percentage you got? Are you good or bad? I mean, see guys, all my tips are dedicated to software engineering roles, okay? Not to other roles. Don't extend it to other roles. Other roles, it might matter, I don't know. At least for software engineering roles, it doesn't matter. In fact, in my resume, when I applied for Amazon, I didn't have my college name also there. I just put the university my college is affiliated to, Osmania University, some 2013 to 2018. That's it. People don't care about your percentage, about your GPA and everything, except on-campus placements. Because on campus, they do all kinds of weird tricks to filter students, which I don't like. But yeah, that's what they do. Yeah, of course, on-campus placements, I can't comment. But if you're going for off-campus or if you're experienced professional and if you're applying for other companies, this is the least important thing on your resume. People don't care unless you have like IIT, NIT or IIT, anything like that, which is significant and recognizable. People don't really care. Just put, Osman University or just put your college name, start year and year, done. Just for that information that at least you did engineering. You can put it under very specific case. Let's say in 10th, you got 10 by 10 GPA. In intermediate, you got state first or state 10th. In degree, you got university medal. Exceptional marks, you should definitely highlight. If that is not the case, just don't add it. You are giving them more reasons to reject you. If you write 10th class, I got 80%, and the other guy says, 10th class, I got 90%, they'll see, array, this guy is 80% only, I'll reject him. I mean, it doesn't happen like that, but just telling you that you're giving them more and more reasons to reject you by writing all the things which are not good. Resume is all about bragging. Don't brag about what you're not good at. Next point, which is a very nice point. It is your experience. Of course, it's not very applicable for freshers unless you have an internship experience. But experience, mainly for those who have an experience, this point is very valid. See, guys, when you're describing your experience in your resume, you need to describe it in a way that it will highlight your contributions. So what many people do is, many people end up talking about the project they worked on rather than what they did in the project, resulting in it not being effective. It's just, space filler. Instead, if you highlight what you did in the project, that will be more effective, more impactful. Unless, of course, if you didn't do anything, then space fillers are good. But highlight your contributions, highlight what you did and what is the impact. Highlight contributions and resultant impact. No one cares about what project you did. I mean, why will I care if you worked on a machine learning project which will run on datasets? I want to know what you did in that project. The next part about experiences, skip meaningless roles. Skip meaningless roles means, if in your experience, if you worked in a company like say for 2-3 months in some stupid role and you didn't like it and you just moved out, don't put it on your resume. If anyone finds that, oh, there is a 2-month gap, and then if they ask you, then you tell them, Ari, there was a stupid company. If you want, I will give you reference to confirm something. But that is only when they notice there is a gap, and then they'll ask you, then you will tell them. Adding that stupid company on your resume will decrease the weightage of your resume. It is like, negative points, negative marks on your resume. And of course, under the same point, you can also simplify roles. Let's say in some company you worked on, some complex role, which is software development, staff, infrastructure, on-site engineer. Just telling you, if they give you some stupid role like that, don't put that stupid role on your resume again. Just write software engineer. That's it. No one cares if it is software engineer, software development engineer, software engineering, for infrastructure, blah, 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 whatever it is. They don't care. Software engineer. That's it. Simplify the roles. Next point. I'll come to projects in a bit, or maybe we can come to projects now itself. Projects. So project, it is always good to, have open source contributions. It is always good to have, your 3rd year project, final year project on your resume. Who all here are present in the 3rd year of engineering? Okay. A lot of you. Oh, great, wonderful. Then you are the target audience for me. This is especially for you guys, okay? You're in 3rd year of engineering. Great. Now they'll ask you to do some project or mini project or something. Maybe you're like, almost ending of 3rd year, right? So let's talk about your final project now instead. 4th year major project you should do. Now, when you go to 4th year, when you want to do major project, you will be like, you will be on fire. Okay, let's do this, let's do that. I have this idea, I have that idea. You will be on fire. Then you will go to your coordinator and you will be like, no, hey, I will do this. Then they'll be like, no, I don't like it. You do machine learning project. There is a trend nowadays. So you do research paper. You come up, you write a paper. Research paper is compulsory, mandatory. They'll say nonsensical things like that. Then all your enthusiasm, passion, fire will, die down. That is where you should take advantage of things like Ameerpet. I mean, if you're in Hyderabad, you can understand the reference. So that's basically a place where people will buy courses from, buy projects from. You can buy anything you want from there. So this final year project that you have to do for your academics, you buy it from somewhere else. But don't waste your time. Do that other passionate fire project that you have on your own, so that at least you can take it and put it on your resume. And it will give you skills and knowledge that are actually going to be useful in your job. That is my recommended approach for you. If you have a nice idea, nice project, something that you are passionate about that you want to do, go do it. Make time for it. What kind of projects? Like, you learn what you are going to do after you join a job. So let's say you got a software engineer role, you'll be developing applications there. If you are in a if you are going to a machine learning engineer role, then doing a machine learning job is whatever is available. It is not dependent on that. Okay, so if you are going for a machine learning engineer role, then doing a machine learning project makes sense. But not everyone wants to go for a machine learning engineer role. And machine learning engineer nowadays is basically a glorified data science role. That's it. Glorified business analyst role, not even machine learning. Just business analyst is the word that they used to use like 5 years back. They converted it to data scientist, machine learning engineer, etc., etc. All you do is process data and give result. That's it. There will be very few roles in machine learning where you actually write, models which help you calculate things. 90% of data scientist role, machine learning role, or a business analyst role is basically cleaning data, putting it in a model and getting the data. That's it. If you don't believe my word, you go ask any machine learning engineer out there who has machine learning in their job title. They'll tell you the truth. But I recommend you focus on what you like. And if you're going for a software engineer role, a generic software engineer role, you should go for a full stack project, ideally. Doesn't matter which technology, but don't go to select a very old technology. You do some basic research, you understand what is trending, you just go with whatever you like. Basically, a full stack project is going to be the most impactful project on your resume for your skills, to develop your skills. Next is, okay, that is about projects. And obviously, don't put your fake project from Ameerpet in your resume, guys. If they ask you, Arey, what did you do here? And you don't answer, and then it will be, bad. So don't put projects you forgot what they are. If you remember, you put it, otherwise you skip it. Then personal details. So in colleges, there will be one format that will be shared, there will be a table for adding your, college and school education. There will be one section for experience. There will be one section for personal details. At the end, you will say, I hereby confirm that everything above is true. See, guys, that is a stupid resume template, by the way. Don't follow that template. And second thing is, personal details should not be added. I mean, you should not put your date of birth, mother tongue, father name, mother name, number of siblings, where do you stay, how many countries you visited, how many cities you visited, how long you sleep, how long you watch Instagram. All these things you should not put in your resume. They are nowhere related. Exactly, it's like pointless. And don't put personal details on your resume. Nothing there should be personal there other than your email and phone. That's it. Those are the only two personal detail category that you should ever have. Nothing beyond that. If they want to contact you, they'll mail you or they will call you. If they want to know which languages you speak, they will ask you after calling you, if they have to know. Don't put all nonsensical things in your resume. No personal details section. Get rid of that personal details section completely. And please, provide this gnan to your friends as well, if possible. In fact, this is also again, that prejudice, involuntary bias or unconscious bias. Let's say you wrote that you can speak Tamil and Hindi. Now, let's say that interviewer turned out to be a Tamil guy, and he's like, how can a Tamilian learn Hindi? And he'll get triggered. And I'm just giving you an example, don't take it personally, but just saying that, they have these unconscious biases, and you don't want to trigger all of those things. So don't put all nonsensical things on your resume. See, guys, empty resume is better than bullshit resume. Of course, it should not be like, only half page. Your resume should go at least beyond half page. But leaving things empty is better than filling it with nonsense. Yeah, hobbies, it's like, depends. If your hobbies are, I like playing chess, that's a good thing. If your hobbies are like, I browse Instagram every day, probably better not to add it. So it depends on what kind of hobbies you have. Of course, no one adds that I browse Instagram every day, even though it is a hobby for everyone. Yeah, if it is related to, highlighting how skilled you are, yes, you should definitely have it. One of my seniors told me to save hobbies for HR round. On that point, you should have different resumes. You should have 2 different resumes, basically. I mean, optionally, one is good enough. but two different resumes. That is because you should always have one kind of resume, which is ATS friendly resume. What is an ATS friendly resume? ATS is basically application tracking systems. Whenever you apply for, companies online through their career page, they will not go in front of eyes of a human directly. First, a computer will process, extract the keywords, see if it is matching with the job role that is posted. Then it will be forwarded to the HR to see with their eyes. When you are applying online on the career pages of companies directly, put extremely simplified version of your resume. Don't put all fancy resumes, multiple columns, some drawings and diagrams and here and there. Don't upload that resume. If it is looking aesthetically good and you still want that to be your resume, then take it along with you in your face-to-face interview. Take a printout of it and take it along with you in a face-to-face interview if you want. But if you're uploading it in a career page for a big company, it should be a simplified version which a computer can easily interpret. Heck, you do it on a Word doc if you want. That is going to be better than having a fancy resume when you're uploading to a career web page on big company websites, where it is most likely going into an ATS system. All resumes have to be single page resumes, unless you have a lot of things, then it can go to the second page. But no one will go beyond second page. Second page is like the max. Second also you should not fill it, 1.5 is the max that they will read. If your resume is getting big, then just cut down things. Put things which are highlight relevant. Put only things which you really care about. Cut down on things if required. When I created my resume after my engineering for Amazon, the first version of the resume that I created, it had 3 pages. And I didn't even have any experience. I mean, I had some experience, but no real experience. Everything was, voluntary work, the organizations I was associated with, the events I participated in, the presentations I gave, the fests I participated in, hackathons, etc., all sorts of nonsense and bullshit. Once I cut down everything, I could just, condense it down to 1 page. So, yeah. More pages doesn't mean more better resume. That is for sure. And next point, guys, this is the most important point which many people don't do for some reason. I don't understand, which is put your coding profile highlights. Coding profiles and highlights. You worked hard, right? In this 14 weeks. Okay, at least some of you worked hard, right? In these 14 weeks. And you have a lot of problems under your belt on HackerRank, on Codeforces, on CodeChef, LeetCode, wherever you have solved. All this is coding. You spend time on it. Then put it on your resume. Link your profiles. Highlight your achievements. Let's say you got 6-star on HackerRank for Python or for programming or for algorithms. You put that as a highlight. Let's say you are rated Div 2 or Div 1 on CodeChef. You put that on your resume. Whatever highlights you have on each of the coding platforms, you put it on your resume. These things matter nowadays. They didn't matter, 5 years back, but they matter a lot nowadays. So put those things on your resume for sure. Yeah, of course, certifications should be there. If they are meaningful certifications, then they should be there for sure. And what else? And there are many more things. But these are the most important things that I want to highlight. Other things are, slightly logical. You can figure it out on your own. Satisfy the interviewer. Exactly. Most of the interviewers don't even read your resume. They don't care about your resume. They just want to ask you the questions irrespective of what is there in your resume, and they'll be like, okay, done. Okay, moving on to the next point, which is how to get interview opportunities. How to get interview opportunities. See, whatever you're doing till now, it is to crack the interviews. But it will be pointless if you're not getting any interviews, right? So this is a very important skill that you need to learn. How to get interviews. Of course, once you are given an opportunity to interview, you will rock. I'm confident about it, but getting it itself is a challenge nowadays. And the points that I'm going to tell you going forward are applicable in general, are less applicable in the current state of job hiring and freezing and everything. But these are true in general when things were normal, not in this recession type of period, at least. But then it will be pointless to tell those things, right? You will not be able to apply. Fine. So let's go about it logically. Okay. Before all this recession and everything, all nonsense was going on, the best way to get interviews was to just spam on LinkedIn. I mean, there are many ways to spam on LinkedIn. I will not tell you what are the different ways you can spam on LinkedIn, but turns out that is a very effective way. But I don't recommend it. It's a very bad way. You'll not get, the right type of attention, and it doesn't work nowadays, by the way. Yeah, not exactly hiring managers. Basically, you reach out to, people who are working in Google, who are working in Microsoft. You'll be like, hey, give me a referral. And, basically, irritating them. But I recommend strongly against that now. Yeah, basically anyone who has, that company name, you just send them a message and spam them. That's it. So the next option that I recommend actually for you is hiring challenges. There are a lot of hiring challenges going on, and many of the hiring challenges are happening on HackerEarth. You just have to go to hackerearth.com/challenges. Then you will see at least 3-4 challenges running even now. Let me just check once. Yep, they are going on even now. So HackerEarth is the best platform where you will find hiring challenges, and hiring challenges are the most convenient way, at least for freshers, to get interviews for you. Highly recommended. Regularly visit this website, and there are also some challenges going on TechGig. I think TechGig has been renamed nowadays to something else. Oh, it is not renamed. It is still TechGig. Yeah, you can go to TechGig as well. TechGig.com/challenge, not challenges for some reason. You can go here as well and find some challenges, etc., etc. That is one way. The other way is alumni, your college alumni, or your friends, your basically anyone who is in your network. Basically, HackerRank also has some challenges going on. I didn't know HackerRank has challenges going on. HackerRank is extremely rare for challenges nowadays, at least. The last challenge that they had was in 2021. They stopped having challenges. Or at least public challenges. They still have private challenges going on, probably, because that is their entire business. Alumni network, basically your friends, brother of friend, sister of friend, friend of friend, whatever is, you need to focus and take advantage and create awareness of your network. First, you should know who is there in your network, what are they doing. First, you should get awareness. Once you get awareness, then you can reach out to them. Then you can ask them for guidance, how to get a role in their company, ask them for a referral, etc., etc. You can build it from there. So alumni network, whatever it is, first you need to create awareness. First, you should know who is in your network. What are they doing? Are they going to help you in any way? And then you need to plot ways to reach out to them, take their help, and eventually get an interview in the company that they are working with. This is a very critical step in establishing proper network, which is first you should know what is your network. And the last thing is basically job portals and consultancies. See, the thing about job portals and consultancies is, they feel like, they are the last option that you will go to. But no, they are the first option companies will go to. If companies want to hire a candidate, they will not go to HackerEarth and say that, hey, I want to create a hiring challenge now. They will go reach out to some consultancy or just put a job posting on their career page or on LinkedIn or on any job portal saying that we are open to hiring for this role. And then the HR, they will not stop there. HR's role is not to just stop after job posting. They will hunt for candidates. How will they do that hunting? Usually on LinkedIn nowadays. But earlier, even now, a lot through consultancies. They will reach out to consultancies. They'll say that, yeah, it could be Naukri, it could be Shine.com, Indeed.com, or those are like, job portal level consultancies. There are, local level consultancies as well, which are actually more effective than job portals. Reach out to your local job consultancies. They will ask you for 1 month salary or something, doesn't matter. That is going to be way, way, way more effective than any other method that is there in existence. That is the most effective way to land an interview. Of course, sometimes you will not like the job or anything, but that is all secondary. But this is the most effective way, which will guarantee that you are going and sitting in an interview compared to any other way that we have on the list. So upload your resume on Naukri, upload your resume on Shine.com, Indeed.com, job portals, LinkedIn, obviously you'll explore. Upload your resume every single place. And when you upload your resume, just, make sure that it is being updated from time to time. Don't leave it like that. Update your resume from time to time, new projects, new experiences, etc. You keep updating it. Even if you're working, even if you don't have any intention to switch, just let your resume be there. It will fall into someone's eyes, and maybe it is someone good, that good company which you want to switch to. So job portals and consultancies are the most effective way. For freshers, I don't recommend consultancies. For freshers, I mainly recommend job portals. If you are experienced, then I recommend consultancies, along with job portals, of course. So that is about how to get interviews. See, it may be obvious, but I was trying to, add more points, more depth into all these points, trying to create more, come to a points where you probably did not give it a thought or something like that. But yeah, ultimately everything works logically. But just look at it from the point of the company. Like, if you feel that you are the right candidate for them, how are they searching for the right candidates? What all will they do? You think in the reverse way, what will HR do? And you do all those things. That's it. And moving on to the conclusion now. So these are all the points that I have to cover, and I have covered. Oh yeah, there's one more point. Final contest. When do you think we should have our final contest? Next Sunday, the Sunday after that. Next Sunday is basically, I guess, Christmas or something. And I think the Sunday after that is New Year. You guys are saying January. Come on, guys. I have no trust in you that you'll remember that there is a contest in January. January first week. January 8th or 7th or 8th. Sem exams up to December 27th. Okay. January 1st. No. Okay. I mean, it's a Sunday, right? You party on 31st, not on 1st, usually. Okay, fine. Not on 1st. Next week is too soon. 1st is impossible. So I think the only thing that we have is 8th of Jan. What do you think? Will you write? Will you remember? 8th Jan? Yes. Okay. I am very scared and skeptical, but you are saying you will definitely remember. Okay, I will trust you for now, maybe. Fine. 8th Jan it is, guys. 8th Jan, we will have our final contest. Final contest will contain everything from the first session to the last session, including DP and graphs. And it is possible that I might have already covered 1 or 2 questions from the final contest in our syllabus. So it is better if you cover all the problems from the syllabus. And I will also update the number of expected questions, 5 to 6. 5 to 6. 5 to 6 questions. It will be a 3-hour contest. 3-hour contest. And we will put it from something like, I mean, depends. 2 to 3 hour contest. That also I'll finalize by next week. 2 to 3 hour contest. It will be from like either 5 to 8 or 6 to 8 p.m. IST. In the evening time itself. And yeah, what else? What else is there? I have a list. Just a second. Let me check. Yeah, 1 point is left. Okay. So now that you guys have completed the course or completed the sessions, not the course is not done. You should still practice and everything. Remember that. And final internal contest is also there. Now that our sessions are completed, there are a few things that I request you to do going forward. Please don't disable Discord notifications. As I told you, if you disable notifications of Discord, done. Our link is cut. You will not receive anything from us after that. On Discord, obviously, you will probably still receive those losing star mark emails and everything. Yeah, those other alerts will still be coming from the website. But yeah, and you have joined alumni Discord, right? In alumni Discord, please start sharing your interview experiences. Please reach out to others. Please discuss with others. Please be a bit more active in alumni Discord. And after 1 or 2 weeks, the queries that you post in B29 will not be answered. You need to post in alumni Discord. Earlier, we were saying to all the other batches that we'll still answer in the same Discord, but we want to move it starting from this batch. Starting from this batch, we want you to post in alumni Discord or whatever queries you have instead of your batch Discord. Of course, next 1 or 2 weeks until the final internal contest, we will still answer in the same Discord group. But after that, if you post, you should probably post in alumni Discord. The response time of the queries will increase after the course is done because we do not have mentors actively looking at your queries. It will be dependent on team when they are available, etc., etc. It will be slightly delayed, but you will definitely get a response from us. That is one thing that I will assure you. Next thing is, please, when you talk about this course with your friends or anyone, please tell them about what all things you did wrong in your course or during your time in the course, so that they don't make the same mistake. You might have done few things good, you might have done few things not so good, you might have made some mistakes throughout your journey in the Smart Interviews course. Please, when you're sharing this experience with your friends, please mention what should they do, what kind of people are going to take best advantage of this, and what are the mistakes that you did and that they should not do, etc., etc. Please convey them all the details. So what is happening is many people, they just come without any basic coding experience and they are just cheating their way through all the checks that we put in the beginning before registration and just suffer after they join the course. So let's try to reduce that possibility. No matter how many checks we put, if they can cheat their way through it, then they are at loss, and we don't really like that. So yeah, that is one request from my side when you talk with your friends. And last but not the least, guys, please keep in touch with me. Now I am opening this session to Q&A. You can ask any questions you want, and you can share any things you want, and basically you can please unmute yourself and discuss with me openly whatever you want. We actually plan to have a lab after the session is done, but clearly we do not have time for a lab. So what I'll do is I will discuss with my mentors once. I will figure out if there is a better way to conduct a lab for you or something like that in the upcoming weeks. And then I'll tell you if it is possible to conduct a different lab. For today, I will create the breakout rooms. Just a second. I thought you guys forgot about it. It turns out that you didn't. Yeah, irrespective of that, I will open the breakout rooms so that those who have doubts, at least they can start clearing their doubts. And those who have anything casual to discuss, you can stay back and discuss. See guys, obviously I cannot give you the entire room setup tour. I'll probably just give you my desk setup tour. So what I'll do is I'll just, click a picture and I'll share it with you, and I'll delete it after 2 minutes. That is the max that I can do. I'm sharing on Discord. In off topic. Yeah, I have shared Discord off topic channel. Just ignore that white kerchief on the side. Just focus on everything else. Kurzgesagt poster. Yeah, I have 4 posters of Kurzgesagt. I always keep it in my background. That is like an Easter egg or something. I keep changing my background once every month. So I changed, I think, 2 to 3 times. So right now you see the largest star in the universe poster. Earlier we had, I think, Mars-based poster, and we also had the Dyson Sphere poster. But yeah, I'm a huge fan of space and science related things. I watch a lot of educative entertainment content on YouTube mainly. Yeah, anyone who is into educative entertainment, they touch all those things. Kurzgesagt, Vsauce, Smarter Every Day, Veritasium, a few more things as well. Yeah, Vsauce 2 and 3, but not that much. I don't really subscribe to them and follow them. I used to follow Vsauce, but that guy stopped making videos for some reason. In between, he released some, YouTube original series and everything. Who do I follow nowadays? Everyday Astronaut. That guy I'm following nowadays. Everyday Astronaut is a really fun guy. He's going to moon, by the way. He got selected as one of the people who is going to the moon in the Artemis mission. If you do not follow Everyday Astronaut, you should follow him. I strongly recommend him. Nothing Japanese, no. Nothing related to Japanese, actually. Guys, I don't think anyone is joining breakout rooms. I will close them, okay? We'll have a doubt clearing session separately. Mentors are, alone in the breakout rooms. So yeah, I'm closing the breakout rooms. We'll just continue our casual conversation here as long as you want. If you want to discuss, if you have any doubts you want to discuss, just ping the mentor on Discord. They will reach out to you and you can discuss with them. Japanese. Acha, the Artemis mission sponsor. Okay, I didn't know it was a Japanese billionaire. Okay, that's an interesting fact that I learned today. Yeah. Cool. Any more questions you guys have for me? Order of importance of topics for interviews. Everything is important nowadays. It's not really having any order. Depends on company, job role you're applying for, interviewer's mood, how did he feel the day before and the morning he woke up. A lot of factors affect. Mentors, I have closed the breakout rooms because no one was joining it. If you're interested, you can continue with our casual conversation. Otherwise, you can exit the meeting and give your updates in Discord. Also, I am guilty to ask, but we'll love certificates. Could you please help us? Yeah, we'll try to figure out a way. If you're asking, yeah, why not? Probably we'll do something like that. I mean, why do you have to see me in a small screen, right? You can see me on the large screen. Yeah. We'll add it to resume. See, guys, actually, you should not have a certificate. DSA is something, that you should learn on your own. If you say that, hey, I learned the DSA, I have a certificate for it. Doesn't really, it kind of defeats the point. DSA is all about problem solving, right? It will show off like, you are good at problem solving if you're, solving problems in an interview. But if you're solving problems in an interview and you say that, hey, I have a DSA course certificate, they'll be like, oh, you saw all these problems already. You know the solution. That's why you're able to answer. It will, backfire actually. And the resumes that we are going to give, are also, not for saying that you completed the course. The certificates that we are giving is not for you completed it. It's more about, you, what do you say? You achieved these many things during the course or something like that. We are giving it reluctantly because students are asking, but we don't really think you should display these resumes on your, display these certificates on your resume. Yeah, it will. Yeah, exactly. It adds accountability for recruiters. No, nothing like that. They don't care. Maybe they do. Maybe you put your certificate on the resume. You be our test rabbit, then we'll know. You can unmute and discuss, guys. This is the last session. Why are you still typing? You can unmute and talk. I would love to hear your voices. Actually, all these days you were hearing my voice. So, any more questions for me? Do you follow any stand-up comedy? Nah. No. What about you? You look like Kenny Sebastian. I don't even know who Kenny Sebastian is. Good, bad, compliment, insult. Compliment, okay. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that guy looks okay. I look better, of course, but yeah, I can consider it as a compliment. He's a good comic, okay. How do expert at DSA like you? You teach DSA to someone else, then you'll become an expert. We have roles open in our company if you're interested for software developer and instructor. You can apply and teach for 1 or 2 years. Then you'll become an expert. What happened after Amazon interview mystery? Sorry, I don't remember what I had to cover and what was part 1 to cover about part 2. Yeah, I mean, nothing happened. They gave me an offer. I was like, I was already working with Smart Interviews by that point. I reached out to Amit sir. I was like, sir, this is this. He was like, no, this is this. Then I was like, no, this is that. Then he was like, yeah, this and that. And I ended up with Smart Interviews instead of Amazon after a bit of back and forth. And it did turn out to be a good decision because now I'm speaking with you and now I'm training you guys to substitute. I think I did more than compensate for Amazon. I trained a lot of people to take up roles in Amazon. So I think I did good for them. Abstraction in a nutshell. Yeah. So whose idea was Smart Interviews? It was Amit sir's idea. I joined Smart Interviews after 2 years since it started. So it's not like I joined at the very beginning or anything like that. But yeah, I was like the first official full-time employee, and accelerated the growth and everything. It unofficially started in 2014. It officially started in 2016. And yeah, 6 years, I guess, by this point. I joined in 2018. 18, right? Yeah, 18. Yeah. Yeah, earlier it was offline. And then we converted it to online. When it was offline, no, it was, very fun. Offline fun is completely different from online. Offline, when you give time to, solve a problem and write code, and when I walk and stand beside them, they'll feel that pressure. If they don't write, I used to make them write then and there. Now I can't do all those things. That's a bad thing. But still, I'm trying my best, asking you to share on Discord and everything. But offline, it's that level of control we have, we don't have it online. We used to lock doors. We did not allow you to leave until you used to finish the problem. Of course, there will be some people, they'll be like, no, I want to go. Stubborn people we used to let them go. But most of them used to be like, you finish and then you leave today. They used to sit till 9, 10, 11. They used to finish all the problems and then they used to go. It was fun. I mean, people bond very well. They get more, attached personally. When we say something like that, they'll not take it as, what stupid thing are they saying? They'll be like, oh, this is for my good, they are saying, and they'll listen to us actually. So yeah, it was fun. So offline, it was a bit complicated setup. We used to teach on whiteboard back then. Nowadays we are teaching using OneNote offline as well, but back then we used to teach on whiteboard. So if we only had one room, it used to seat only like 30 to 40 students. Now how do you seat more than that? So what we did is we made people sit in the other room. We put a camera in the main room, and that camera used to project onto the projector in the second room. And we had mentors and everyone in the second room. I mean, first room as well, we had mentors. Second room, we used to have speakers so that audio is very loud. And yeah, that's how we expanded from one room to 5 rooms offline. So 250 students used to come offline back then. Nowadays, because of the competition, different companies are doing the exact same thing. The number of students that we are getting online is not that at the same level as we had offline. But offline, it was like crazy. We used to have 250 students, 5 rooms, almost 15 mentors, 15 to 18 mentors. Yeah, it was fun. It was fun. We started with renting one room actually. Then we rented 2 rooms. Then we rented 3, 4, 5 rooms eventually. Then we had to rent 5 rooms in the morning and evening time. So I used to take morning batch. Mr. used to take evening batch. Then that guy was like, I want to sell. Do you want to buy? And Amit sir bought that entire space. Then we ran it for 1 or 2 years and then we sold it back again. Same duration, 4 to 8. 4 to 8 was the same duration of the session back then. Yeah, only on weekends. Weekdays, there used to be nothing. Amit sir, I bought the bank. Yeah. So, I mean, it's an interesting story actually. They were the place which we were renting for our trainings. What happened is there was another company which wanted this rooms on the weekends again. So the schedule was conflicting, and the people who used to own that place, they were like, they were not giving us the rooms. They were more inclined to give the other client the rooms. Then my Amit sir used his all tactics and strategies, and he just convinced them to sell the place. And now and he asked that other client to get out. And yeah, it happened like exactly I bought the bank thing. Favorite movies? I mean, a lot. I mean, depends on time of the year, depends on time of the day that you're asking, and depends on genre. Interstellar, Stalin. Yeah. Mainly when drawing trees. Sasuke Resurrection will be aired on January 8th. Oh, I'm not following any Naruto news recently, but yeah. How many languages do you watch? Telugu, Hindi, and English. That's it. Hindi, I don't like Hindi a lot. I mostly watch Telugu and English. Of course, when people look at me, they automatically assume that I don't know Telugu, and I would like them to assume that. Spin-off series of Sasuke. Oh, nice. I should definitely watch that. What is inspiration? Are you saying that you got inspired by me, or are you asking me to inspire you more? Because I can inspire you more. Both. Okay. I mean, what can I say? I can inspire you by just bragging about me. So that is the only weapon that I have. So I'll just start bragging, maybe. Probably. I used to be a child actor, by the way. I acted in 7 movies. Telugu movies. Maybe 8. 7 or 8 Telugu movies. And I want to do acting again, hopefully in the near future. I like to play villain roles, not hero roles. Why did you stop acting? I don't know. I mean, it just became annoying after a point. Names. Now that's a challenge. Okay. So the most recognizable movie that I acted in is, I think, Chakram. Prabhas. Chakram. Prabhas. Evadaithe Nakenti. Rajshekhar. Neetone Untanu. Upendra. Ottesi Jabtuna. Srikanth. Vengamamba. Sneha. Heroine. Style. Lawrence. But they removed all my scenes in Style for some reason. What else? Yeah, a few more. I was very young, second, third class, first class, maybe first, second, third class. How did you get those chances? Curious about it. Back then it was not that difficult. Now it is very difficult to get a role. Back then you just had to go to a junior artist agent, you give your name, photo, biodata. If they like your photo, they'll call you for a movie, and you just have to go on that day, that time. They'll tell you how much they'll pay for one day, and you should go. You don't even know any story or anything. They'll not tell you anything for junior artist. They'll be like, just before the scene you should come. They'll tell you what you should do in that scene. You do that scene, and then you go GTFO from there. That's it. Short films. I did not act in short films. I shot short films. I shot like, I think, 3 to 4 short films. I used to be, very good director. I used to feel myself as a very good director. And Combustion Media, one of my first startups, was actually started as a short film company. Then we converted to photography. Then we actually made more money from short film than photography. And yeah, it happened like that. So we used to shoot for short films for fun. Then one day what happened is, one of my cousins, she had a requirement in her some course, BC or something, I don't know. In one of the courses, in one of the degree courses, you have to shoot a short film as a part of your academics. Obviously they didn't have that time, effort and knowledge. So they approached me. I was like, yeah, let's do it. And I shot 2 short films for them, 2 or 3 short films for them. And yeah, I have many more talents than what I shared with you already. Except sports. Don't ask me about sports. I watch sports, but I don't play. I mean, if you talk about esports, I can talk endlessly. I play Counter-Strike. I used to play Counter-Strike like anything. Well, that was one of the 2 reasons that I got detained for in my engineering after second year. One of the backlog reasons. I told you, right? Reason for detained or something like that. I don't remember if I told you or not. At least I told you that I got detained. Yeah, that was part one. And yeah, part two. So after I got detained, now what do you say? I had to write backlogs exams. So as a part of that, okay, let's just just streamline the story a bit. So from the beginning, first year, 3 backlogs, M1 physics chemistry. Second year, first semester, 6 backlogs plus 3 old ones, which is 9. Second year, second semester, 9 plus 5 came out to be 14. And 13 is the limit for you to get detained. I got 14. And as you know, we spent, thousands and thousands of rupees on revaluation, which is basically a big scam. Don't fall into that scam. And gaming centers as well. Of course, I spent a lot of money on gaming centers as well. And there is a cheesy story as well. If you're interested in cheesy stories, I can tell you a cheesy story there. Improvements cost lesser than revaluation. Yeah, but they cost more time. And when you're detained, revaluation is the only option you have. You cannot write any improvements or anything. So that is also there. So anyway, yeah. Now I am in gap year semester 1. Gap year semester 1, I had to write 14 exams, but I only paid money for 10 because I know that I'll anyway not pass. But gap year semester 1, I did not pass even a single exam because I took all the money from my father. I told him that I'm going to pay for tuition and join tuition, but I actually spent it on gaming. Second year, gap year, in that gap year exams that I'm writing, semester exams, it came to a point where it felt optimal. See, now my exam started. I'm not prepared, right? I'm not prepared to write those exams. Sometimes I had 2 exams on one day. Sometimes I had 2 exams continuously, 2 today, 2 tomorrow, 4 exams continuously. I had weird combinations like this. So what I had to do was I had to choose. Should I write this exam or should I write this exam? Which exam should I bunk? No, I had to choose. So now it came to a point where I had to travel 30 kilometers to go to that college on a 2-wheeler. And it was summer. It was, burning hot. I had to sit there, and all that for what? To get 5 marks. And sometimes I even left papers blank. Why waste all this time, effort, go there, sit. They'll not let you go for, from the exam for 2 hours, or sometimes from 3 hours. They'll not let you go out of the exam hall. And all you have to do is, just bang your head. They'll not even let you sleep in the exam hall. So I was like, I better go sit in gaming center for 3 hours and then go back home and say, you did not do well. And that's what I did. Out of the 10 exams that I paid for, I think I attempted only 5 exams. Other 5 absent in semester. In that report, you'll have it. And yeah, that's how my gap year semester 1 went. Then at that point, after that, during that point, I was doing all sorts of nonsensical things in college. And as you know, my HOD is very fond of me. Fond, I mean, not fond, more like she used to support me for all the nonsensical things that I was doing. So one day, not one day, basically, at that point, I used to have a girlfriend. And she was like, Are you study, otherwise things are going to get bad. She told it in a very polite way, but I understand what she meant. And I was like, okay, let's study. This time again, I took money from my dad for tuition, but this time I actually went to tuition. I paid for money tuition in Dilshuk Nagar, Malakpet. They had a lot of tuitions back there. And what happened there is basically people who take those tuitions don't know anything more than you do. They just make you sit and read. That's it. And the subjects that I paid tuition for, I was the only student there. So that guy was sitting beside me and making me read. And that also they can't do properly. I was, I was failing exams, but I was not stupid enough to, not understand basic things. That guy was reading incorrect, explaining incorrectly. I was like, "Arey, sir, no, this, not this, this." I was explaining him in return. He was like, "Arey, wow, you are intelligent. Why did you join my tuition?" I was like, "Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Give me the rest of my money." Uh, I took the rest of the money from him. I only paid for half of the tuition fee, and I, just sat at home, watched YouTube videos, made notes. I basically worked my ass off, and I cleared 10 backlogs at once, all the 10 which I paid for. And eventually I cleared all my other backlogs as well. But yeah, it was basically because of a lot of help from that stupid tuition teacher who helped me open my eyes in realizing that, I can just study and understand and just pass. I don't have to get, 70, 80%. I just had to pass. So that's what I did. I just had to pass. I passed. I was from Methodist College of Engineering, which is in Abbots. And if you go to their website, they will still have my photo there saying that, I got Amazon offer from 2018 or 19 because they didn't get any other offer after that in their college. And I don't think they'll get any such offer again for the next 5 years. It will take at least 10 years for them to recover from that. It's a good college if you have, no hopes on college system. And if you just want to do things on your own. It will not be a good college if you want to go to college to learn, evolve and excel. And then there are better colleges than that. Yeah, anyway, in that way, I cleared my backlogs and I successfully graduated in 2018. Yeah. Any more questions? Motivation to go to college, attendance. They don't care about attendance also in Methodist. You pay continuation fee no matter how bad your attendance is. They'll be like, chalega bro. You just had to, pay continuation fee and done. But in our second year, we got a very strict principal. That principal was introducing all these nonsensical things. He was asking, 12,000 rupees for continuation, 12,000, 15,000, whatever is the, percentage less than required percentage. So let's say your percentage is 50%, required is 75. Then you had to pay 25%, which is 25,000 rupees as continuation. So that is how he set it. 25,000 rupees, that's, half of your college semester fee. Of course, no one paid it. He reduced it eventually to 20%, 50% of the original fee. But still, people paid up to 15 to 20,000 rupees because people had, 20%. 65 minus 20 is 45. So they had to pay at least, 20,000 rupees for continuation. But what happened is ultimately, out of all the good things that he was doing, he also introduced faculty reforms. He made sure that faculty were trained and, they're up to the mark always. And he was asking them progress reports, etc., etc. Faculty didn't like that because faculty was enjoying all those years, and all of a sudden he's coming and asking, like, what do give me a progress report. Then they are like, they didn't really like it and they boycotted the college faculty, asking the principal to be removed. And the principal was removed, faculty won, and college is successfully shut. As always. Yeah. Luckily, I didn't pay. Any recommendations of career options for students? Go to software development. That's the best career option. Any anime recommendations? I promise not to binge them. I am not a huge anime fan. The only two anime that I watched were Naruto and Death Note. Death Note also I watched recently. So you're asking the wrong person. Okay. Any more questions, guys? Like full stack and others. Any career option is good as long as you like the work and you can you're getting good salary for it. You need to find what you like first. Vim or Emacs? Nano. Yeah, I mean, I like Vim, but I mean, I use Vim the most compared to anything else. But yeah, Nano is good. I don't know why I stopped using Nano for some reason. Any more questions? Of course, if you feel that it is getting boring, you can drop out. And because it is the last class for me, I will stay for however long you are here. So don't worry about me. What do you recommend for us to get through the recession with a job offer? If we are confused about, choose about what we like. So guys, people end up in careers in two different ways. One is because of circumstances. The other is because of passion. These are the only two ways in which you will decide what career you want. Personally, I feel that choosing a career based on circumstances is the best, because there you're making decisions logically rather than going behind your passion, where you end up, sometimes following your heart intuition and making some wrong decisions possibly. So go with the circumstances. What if circumstances dictate you to do any job, you do that job. That's it. You don't say that, I want to follow my passion and all that. I know it's counterintuitive advice, but at the beginning of your career, passion doesn't matter, guys. At the beginning of your career, money matters. More than money, learning matters. Learning first priority, second priority, money. So focus on learning more than earning, so that you can focus on other things later. So after 4 or 5 years of experience, then you can follow your passion after that. Don't follow your passion in the beginning of your career. It's pointless. People give you wrong advice. You end up in wrong situations. You may not earn very well. You will not live well. There are a lot of things that can potentially go wrong if you just follow your passion from the beginning of your career. So focus on safe career options first, which give you money, which give you learning more than earning. Then after that, after 4 years of experience, 5 years of experience, then you see that, oh, this is my passion. Then you follow your passion after that. What we recommend? Full stack, cybersecurity, others. By this point, you should understand that I do not have a recommendation for you. If you find that you have 2 job offers in your hand, one is cybersecurity and one is full stack, which one will you choose? That depends on company, CTC, job role, what are you going to learn, etc., etc. It's not nothing related to the role itself. It's related to everything else around it. So it's circumstantial. Many companies have a bond of 2+ years for freshers. Is it worth joining them? Smart Interviews also has a bond of 2+ years. I would say it is worth joining them. And why not, right? If if they ensure that, see, if they have a bond for one main reason, and that is the only reason where the bond is justified, which is you are going to be trained, or you're going to given time to get yourself trained on a particular thing that you don't already know. That is the only scenario in which a bond makes sense. If they say that they're not going to give you any training, or if they say that they're going to give you training on something that you already know very well, bond doesn't make sense in those situations. So the only justification for a bond is the training that they provide. Yeah, sure, guys. If you feel that you're getting late, please don't hesitate to drop out. You are not going to see me drop out before you drop out. Not to recommend for jobs that I'm asking, recommend for learning or gaining skills. Anything, whatever comes across your path. If you're interested in full stack, learn full stack. If you're interested in cybersecurity, learn cybersecurity. If you don't know what you're interested in, then you should first find what is your interest and try learning that. Learn both if possible. Last man standing. Yeah. What's your opinion on switching companies every 2 years or so, especially for freshers? I mean, job market is now very crazy, guys. You do whatever you want. People don't really care. People see, guys, personally as a company, we face a lot of issues in hiring people. And when we go to hire people, we literally do not care about your history, where you worked, how long you worked at all. We only care about what we want. Do you have the skills required? All that we will evaluate in an interview and we will make a decision. We will not, look at, oh, you're switching every 2 years. Yeah, for us also, you will switch for 2 years. If you work with us for 2 years, not as in any college, any institution nowadays, if you work with them for 2 years, you're already better than 90% of the people there. That's a fact, actually. The retention rate has been dropping consistently. The new generation of people that, because of the startup, funding influx and because of various other reasons, the retention rate has been dropping drastically. 2 years retention rate, like many companies don't have an average retention rate of 2 years. It will be less than that, unless that is a multinational company. Yeah, it's a difficult time for companies and candidates as well. Earlier, people used to join and don't, they didn't leave company for at least 4 or 5 years, the bare minimum. Now it doesn't matter, 4 months here, 8 months there, 10 months here, 2 years. Okay, impossible. 1 year there, like that. That's the trend going on, and that's how it will probably continue as well. And I don't see it changing anytime soon. Startup or MNC depends on again job role, amount of learning that you are promised, and everything else. So if it is a small scale company, obviously you will get to make a bigger impact. So if you're writing any code, if you're developing any software, you'll get to control a lot more of the project than what you would have in an MNC. In an MNC, you will not have that kind of impact. And obviously, no impact means not much work, means not much learning. And many people are, don't like service-based companies. But service-based companies give you more learning than product-based companies, actually. Trust me on that. Of course, they'll not give you that much money, but they'll give you a lot of learning for sure. What is the role of a CTO of a company? That's a very difficult question. CTO of Smart Interviews basically has to teach weekends, take care of the tech team, build applications, and envision the future of the next generation of products. That's basically it. Currently working as an integration developer, basically working on a tool. I applied to every role with the DSA in a product-based company. Do they consider my experience? Depends on the role that you applied for. Most HRs don't care about your experience if your experience is less than 1 year or less than 2 years. Again, if they need an experienced professional and if it is senior role, slightly senior role, then they might care, but otherwise they don't. I think it's helped me a lot, but my bad, I want to complete and keep more practice in implementation of problems. That's right. Career gap is an issue? No, definitely not. Nowadays, people are taking sabbaticals like anything. As I said, now is the candidates market, guys. And companies really don't care if you are, whatever your background is, if they feel that you can get things done, they'll just, invite you for interview directly. Your way teaching is never before and never after. It's the truth. Thank you so much. What are your predictions for today's World Cup final? See, guys, I don't know that there is a World Cup final today for cricket or whatever it is. I don't know. But I know that the Speed Chess Championship finals are today. Oh, is it football? Okay. But today we have Speed Chess Championship finals. Hikaru versus Magnus. When do you have football final, World Cup final? Eight 8:30. Okay. Okay. Oh, great, wonderful. I think Speed Chess Championship will start at around 2 a.m. or 12 a.m. Speed Chess Championship, chess.com Speed Chess Championship 2022. Finals by Hikaru Nakamura and Magnus Carlsen. And I'm eagerly waiting for it. What exactly is the time? I forgot. Schedule 8 p.m. CET. Oh, it starts at 12:30 a.m. Great. So after, I think, your final football match ends, then we have final chess. If anyone watches football and chess, it's like a great combination. Watch football first and then you end your day with the chess championship. Any chess players here? No? Me? Oh, great. Wow. Do you play rated chess? Do you play on chess.com or how do you play? Oh, Lee Chess. Okay. My rival. I play on chess.com. I mean, I don't have much rating, but yeah. Windows 7 chess. Yeah. Yeah. Bye, Chandana. Bye. Maybe in 15 minutes we'll close. 8:35, guys. This is not even, our regular time that I exit the session. If we have a breakout room. If we don't, yeah, probably a bit earlier than that. Yeah. And any possibility to share your Amazon resume? There is a small possibility, very small possibility. And I will share it to you right now. I guess. If it is there, still there. Should be there actually. I just don't know where. Surya Abhishek video.pdf. Yeah, I think I found it. Yeah, I think this is it. Most likely. Let me just share my screen maybe. Yeah, this was my resume. I mean, if I just want to show it to you like this, it looks like this. it took a lot of effort to compress it into one page. I had a lot of things going on back then. Yeah, this is my resume. Don't try that email. That email is not there. I think this is my most impactful experience, co-founder at Burn. These are all like stupid internships. Teaching assistant at Methodist. This was given to me by my HOD. So once I got detained and rejoined the college, they had this PHP course going on in the college. And on what do you say, this NPTEL PHP course. Then I was like, Arey, that is where, 10-year-old course. You give me a chance, I will teach them. And I went to my HOD and I asked, for me to take over their PHP course. And my HOD granted. And so that's how in my third year, I was also a faculty for third years. I had a 3-hour session every Saturday on PHP. I think that was my first teaching experience ever. It was a disaster nonetheless. People were, just enjoying in my class. I didn't know how to control the class. But yeah, at least I tried. What makes or made you interested in programming? It was my school, actually. In my school, I think in third or fourth class, they used to teach us this program called Logo, software, Turtle. Did anyone use this Logo software in your school? Yeah, it looks like this. No? You can, draw a lot of things with it. Okay, so this was the first programming type of software that I had, I think in third or fourth class. Yeah, basically commands. You just make the turtle go in different directions and it will draw designs for you. That is that entire program. You can, configure it to repeat, loop, etc., etc. Yeah. MS Paint was done for us in first or second class itself. And after that, they upgraded us to Logo. And after that, I think in our sixth class, they taught us Java, servlets and everything. I don't remember anything now, but they did teach us. I had that textbook for, I think, up to 10th class. With school, it is Mother's Integral School, but they had a tie-up with this institution called NIIT. If you know NIIT. So NIIT used to take care of all the computer training in our school, and they used to teach us. So yeah, I learned technically Java in sixth class, but I don't remember any of that until I came to inter second year. In inter second year, I started trekking again. I started taking training again. Yeah, it used to be a great school. I think my school name is Mother's Integral School. Yeah, Mother's Integral School. It's in Vidyanagar. But after that, I had to change to a different school, which is Gurudatta High School. It is in Shankamat. And, they made us do all that IIT coaching and all that. You know how parents are, right? And that school did not have a ground. They didn't have a computer class. They didn't have anything except studies. And yeah, and it did not work out very well. It was a stupid school, Gurudatta. I mean, they used to teach well. They had good maths, physics, and chemistry faculty, but nothing beyond that. Android development or web development? Web development any day is preferable because I don't know Android development. Uh, hmm. So anything that you saw on my resume that caught your eye? Android Studio, I just went to a workshop. Just a second, guys. Someone's ringing the bell. Just yeah. Android Studio. Yeah, basically, I learned Android Studio as a part of some workshop conducted in our college, actually. Yeah, I learned Android Studio, but I didn't really like it. And back then, it was very slow and cumbersome. Now they optimized it. Now it is better. But yeah, not a great fan of mobile development personally, at least. Hmm. What's the most overrated thing in corporate life? Overrated, huh? Uh, Overrated. Many things are there. So basically, freshers feel that once you get a job, your life is set. But the problem is, life is never set. You will always have challenges. You will always have, things. And at the end of the day, let's say you got a dream job in your dream company with a dream package, that excitement will last for max 5 months. Max worst case 5 months. After that excitement dies down, then it will become just another job. Then you will understand the definition of job. Job. That is a job. It's a job. You just have to do your job. That's it. So what is overrated is basically the excitement of work. Work is not exciting always. Work is not exciting everywhere. Work is not exciting. The exact same piece of work will not be exciting for you after you do that same exciting work again and again and again. Then it will not be exciting anymore. Any project recommendations? No, I don't have any project recommendations. Tips to go through aptitude and English rounds. For me, I'm facing difficulty in learning such many things. Watch podcast, I mean, listen to podcasts, watch English movies. I try to, learn by imitation. I think that's the best way to do it. I cannot give you good tips there. The problem is I had a good education, good school, who taught me good English. So I cannot put myself in, a situation where I had to learn English at this point where I had to also learn other things. So you have a lot of things to learn now. You have your engineering subjects. You have to learn data, whatever DSA that we have. You have to, keep up with what all other things that people are doing in machine learning, data science, whatever it is, they are nonsense they are doing, etc. etc. Nowadays, students are like too busy, and it's very difficult for you to, fit one more thing to learn in your schedule. If you want to give up at one of those things that you're having day to day, then I recommend you start with English after removing at least one from your schedule. Smart India Hackathon finalist, how is the experience? Have you been to Smart India Hackathon? Did anyone here go to Smart India Hackathon finals? Okay. How is your experience? Can you unmute? It's okay.
Hello.
Yeah, tell me, Keshav.
Sir, I've been the finalist for 2022 Smart India Hackathon, which was held
Okay.
in Kolkata.
Okay, nice. How was your experience?
Firstly, journey is the most, for me, it's nightmares. Like traveling for 3 days,
Yeah, that
surviving
is
there for 3 days. The North India, I'm not that much adjustable for North Indian food.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, Placing all these things apart, there we have stayed there for 3 days in a single room. 36
Okay.
hours of non-stop coding without sleeping, like
Okay.
but so many people, so many students across India, like Tamil Nadu. Yeah, great experience. We used to meet
Did you code
many,
anything?
sir.
Did you write any code?
Yes, sir. Actually, our statement is to translate uh, local languages of Madhya Pradesh to some destination language which user selects. But there, because of some politics, like the actual they kept all the problem statement aside and they introduced some more new things. That what we are not, yeah, like that it went, but it's a very great experience.
Okay, nice. Oh, yeah, basically in hackathon, Smart India Hackathon, see, it's not about it was rigged or anything. It's more like the people who organize Smart India Hackathon don't know what they want. They have no idea what they want. They'll just put problem statements out there. They'll be like, "Arey, yeah, this is not there. This is not there." For you know what happened for me? So we in our Smart India Hackathon project, it was something related to chemical department. We had to track chemicals, where are they going, etc., etc. So we built a software for it. They came to us and asked, "So what do you think will be the budget to deploy it? What is the estimated budget for your project?" I was like, "So you just have to deploy it on a server. So you just have to pay 1,200 rupees per month or something." You're like, no, 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 no. What is the budget required to, run this project going forward for us? I was not able to understand. They're expecting me to tell them a number in crores. I was like, dude, it's a web application. You deploy it, it will be done. I said 1,200 rupees per month, and that guy looked like, what nonsense is this guy talking? They were expecting me to give a budget in crores. And they thought, it does a lot of things. It will do this, that. It will need a team to maintain. It will need a team to, update things. It will need a team dashboard, this, that. So basically, they don't know what they want. Their problem statements are vague and stupid. And basically, it's just, fun for students. And government is not making any use of those projects, like hardly any. That is the reality of Smart India Hackathon. You know what happened? They asked us to give the project to them in a CD or a DVD. I was like, fine. I mean, back then we still had DVD on our laptop, DVD drive on our laptop, luckily. But nowadays we don't even have that. It's all USB and everything, right? Okay, so it was a Laravel project, PHP project. It had a lot of files and everything. We just put all the setup instructions and everything, and we gave it to them. After 4 months from Smart India Hackathon, we got an email saying they don't know how to open our project. 4 months after Smart India Hackathon, they emailed us saying they don't know how to open the project and they want our help. And we replied and they didn't care about our reply. That's it. They just left it there. So yeah. It's a waste of time, basically. Not exactly waste of time. You'll enjoy, going with friends and having fun and everything. But beyond that, doesn't really serve a purpose. So, yeah. You ask me about ACM ICPC, I'll tell you a lot. Maybe not a lot. Something, at least. ACM ICPC, our center was in Amritapuri University, Coimbatore. Amrita University, Coimbatore. And they treated us like VVVIPs. Smart India Hackathon, when we went to Delhi for Smart India Hackathon, also they treated us well, but their accommodations were not so good. They gave us stupid rooms and all that. It was not very pleasant. But once the ACM ICPC, they gave us hostels and everything. And they gave us, extremely good food. Best food I ever had. They cared for us like, I can't even describe. They gave all sorts of things that you need. And they took care of us very well. Then someone from Amrita University was talking with me the other day. They were like, enjoyment is guaranteed, but satisfaction will be zero about the competition. Yeah, that is right. That is right. So this other guy from Amrita University was telling the other day that they didn't care about their students like how they cared about ACM ICPC students. So yeah, it was a very good experience. They gave us, chocos, chocolate milk. The breakfast was also a huge buffet, like lunch. Bread, butter, everything. They had like all different things, cornflakes, chocos as an option, and the other things. Breakfast itself was a huge, buffet. Then lunch was also a huge buffet. And yeah, then tea time, dinner, everything was very good. It will be more like a tour or a marriage rather than hackathon. Basically that's it. It's not about the hackathon itself. It's more about the fun part of it. And for our hackathon, they made us do all, random things. They made us dance in the middle of the night. They made us do yoga in the middle of the night. Random things. 4 a.m. yoga. What's your opinion on pursuing GRE and MS? Do we have Dikshit here? Okay, he's not there. He would have told you very well. See, guys, GRE and MS are big waste of time. It's a big scam. Anyone who is going to US, they're going to US only because they just they tried to get a good job here. They did not get a good job. They just want to go to US. That's it. And once you go to US, it's not like you're going to get a good job. See, if you're not able to get a good job here, you will not be able to get a good job there. I mean, things are not going to change just because you change your country. The requirements will still be the same. So what people do is basically they do all sorts of scams after going there. Do you know that USA stands for United States of Amirpet? In many of the regions. There are a lot of Instagram memes you can follow. Basically, the only reason why you will go for MS in US is to just have fun and get the feeling of living in United States. That's it. There is nothing beyond that is good for you after going to MS there. In fact, MS itself, people are so incapable that okay, I'll tell you what happens. Okay, a typical student. It will be done in like 2 minutes. Don't worry. A typical student goes to MS, and for that first they have to write GRE, right? GRE, they'll pay some guy. That guy will help you write GRE. You'll get marks. Okay, now you have to apply for universities. You'll pay consultancy. It will tell you which universities to apply so that you will get good job, highest possibility of getting a seat. You apply to those universities. Done. Now visa interview. That consultancy will tell you exactly how to answer any question. You answer exactly like that, your visa interview is done. You'll get visa, you'll go. You go to MS, now you have to, actually study and read. But we don't know how to do that. That's why we are going to MS, because we could not do that properly. We did not get a proper job here. Of course, it could be other reasons also, but most of the people, I'm talking about most of the people, that's why they went there. Now they can't study there also. Now what they do is they call their friends here in India. can you help me with this assignment? People who are good at coding, people who are having a job here, they'll give them a call and they'll be like, can you help me with this assignment? It's a coding assignment. Okay, that's one way. But nowadays it got streamlined. People were finding it difficult to find friends to complete the assignments for them. So what they did is, in many universities, they'll have Indian WhatsApp and Telegram groups. So there will be a group specific for assignments on data science, specific for assignments on machine learning, specific for assignments on subject-wise assignments. We'll have groups, and in that groups we'll have people from India and people from US. People from US will say that I will pay you this much for this assignment. People from India will be like, I will do that assignment, you give me that money. They streamlined the scam completely. All you have to do is, as soon as you land in US, join in all those groups and done. Set. You can enjoy for 1 year, 2 years, whatever, however long you want to do your MS. Yeah, exactly. It's not just about, during assignments, they are always available. And okay, all this scam you are doing, now you have to, get a job, right? Part-time job you'll get somehow. That's not a big deal. Now you have to get an actual job, full-time job in US. How will you do that? Now you need to scam the interview. How to scam the interviewer? See, guys, if you're a fresher and you're applying, no one will care about you. The chance of you getting a job will be very less. So what they are doing nowadays is, now there are special consultancies for this, job consultancies. What they do is, they will manipulate the date of birth. So let's say you were born in 1996. They'll say that you were born in 1990. And they'll say that you moved to US in 2012, when you moved to US, just that year. They'll say that from 2012 to 2020, 8 years you have worked. And they'll say that now, out of those 8 years, they'll put some years in India, some years in US, they'll distribute it like that. And the last 1 or 2 companies that you worked with, now wherever you're applying, they'll call for background check, right? So these guys will put companies in such a way that if they're doing a background check, it will go to one of their guys in those companies. That verification call, background verification call. So everything is set. Now fake experience is done. Background verification call also, they will scam for you. Everything is set. All you have to do is now get the interview done. For interview, they'll tell you, they'll connect your laptop to their laptop. The job consultancy will set up the entire scam for you. They'll pretend like you're talking. You just have to, do. That's it. And you will clear the entire interview. After you clear the entire interview, now you need to work. You scammed your way through MS. You scammed your way through interview. Now you have to work, right? When you have to work, at least then reality will come out. But that is where we have shadows. There will be another Telegram group for that. So people again, they will post, I am a C++ developer. I need a C++ 4 years developer, because you put 8 years experience, right? Out of that 8 years, you put 4 years of C++ experience. Now they gave you C++ role. Now you need an experienced guy actually, or 8 year experienced guy in worst case, to actually do that job for you. Now that guy will be like, okay, you pay me 25% of your salary. I will do the job. And that is how the entire scam will go. Yeah, that's it. You scam your way. US is scam. Indians are scamming US people like anything. They are basically playing with them. If you're interested, you can go. Yeah, it is worth it. You learn money, right? At the end of the day. 25% to Shadow, 75% for you, without doing anything. Oh yeah. Cool, guys. I think it's getting late for me as well. So we will do Alvida now. And please stay in touch with me. Thank you, guys. And good review is the best thing that I can ask for from you. So please try to put a good review. Yeah, Rishabh, what is it? How do you contact you? Discord forever. Yeah. or you can drop me an email at abhishek@smartinterviews.in. But Discord is the most preferred way. Thank you, guys. See you later. Bye. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Yet to update your Chrome. Yeah, that I have to do.